Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully, you're having a great start to your day. It's Friday. Let's go. The work week is almost at an end for many people out there in the world, which is exciting. For some, the work week is just beginning. And for you all, welcome to the work week. For some, the work week, you're somewhere in the middle. And that's okay. Wherever you are in your work week, or maybe during your time off, or maybe between work, welcome to the gym. We're here to have some fun today and play some Pokemon cards. I played in Gym Leader Challenge League yesterday, but it went about as cursed as everything else that I did on stream yesterday. It was horrible. I'm so confident in my dragon deck. I'm so confident. I know it can do it. I played against Jesse Parker round 1, and he let loose me turn 1 going first, and I dead drew out of it. I had everything I needed in my hand to get turn 1 Drampa Berserk for 160 damage. And it's like, okay, do I choose to go second? Obviously, all Gym Leader Challenge decks choose to go second these days. So I choose to go second. I have a perfect 7-card opening hand. Drampa, I have Drudagon too, but I hold the Drudagon because I need it so that I can bench it with Magma's secret base or whatever, so that I can damage it, so that I can berserk for 160. Thank you, Anthony, for that sub and the 4 months. I have to say, this is probably the second time in 5 weeks that I have lost a game because my opponent went let loose turn 1 going first, and I just drew crap out of it. It's starting to get a little old. It's starting to, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I'm starting to get kind of frustrated that I'm not able to play the game. So, I don't know. Maybe it's something to think about. Maybe it is an unfair advantage to certain decks. Maybe certain decks should not be able to easily limit their opponent's hand to just 4 cards before they get to play anything. Maybe. Yeah, this card was broken when it was in standard, for sure. I'm starting to come around. Maybe Will was right all along. Yeah, this card, it's a menace. And this is the problem, is that Psychic decks don't brick off Marshadow anymore because they have Cleffa. Before, it wasn't as much of a problem, but now that all the Psychic decks are playing Cleffa, it's the most broken way to start the game. You go turn 1, let loose, and then you always have Cleffa to draw out of it. Nah, at least with Snorlax, I get to have my 7 cards and, formulate a strategy to deal with it. With Let Loose, there is no, it's just we're spinning the wheel. It's not fair, man. Yeah, it's just, it causes so many non-games, which I think that starting to bug me. So, yeah, especially since you can, attack your opponent's hand on the first turn of the game going first. And that's, the stuff that, if you look at, the expanded ban list, that's the stuff that TPCI's been trying to, they were even trying to, curb some of that. Isn't this card banned and expanded too? Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, this thing's is banned and expanded. Of course it is. I'm just saying it's definitely something that is worth thinking about. So, I mean, like, I'm up against Jesse. I got my dragon deck. I open like a great hand. Jesse plays his whole hand down, you know, nest ball, level ball, quick ball, fog crystal, let loose. And my Guz Mahala, my Drudagon that I was saving in my hand to bench the following turn, my Cynthia and Caitlyn, and I had 3 supporters in my hand. They all get banished to the deck, and I draw a 4-card hand that's got absolutely nothing in it. And but I do have 1 Pokegear. I play the Pokegear, it whiffs everything. Jesse donks me the next turn. Yeah, it was just cringe. And it's the second time that this has happened in like 5 weeks. I mean, honestly, it's just creating non-games where it's like, okay, I don't even get to play. It's just over before it starts. I think and thank you for all the subs to get the stream started off as well. Cactor and Jack, Doom and Gloom, Shubhan, and Anthony G. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate it. Well, that's the thing is that, like, you got Marshadow in combination with you got it in combination with Cleffa. You got it in combination with Wobbuffet. I don't know how to spell Wobbuffet. I think there's 2 B's. The thing is that red card is not broken. The reason why red card's not broken is because it's so hard to search out on the first turn going first. Like, simply limiting your opponent to 4 cards is not... There's a lore redemption. Is there? I don't see it. Nah. This card is not easy to search out. Limiting your opponent to 4 cards is not broken. But it is on the first turn of the game going first, and it's pretty difficult to, like, consistently do that with red card. So, yeah, so Marshadow is, like, the fact that you could just so easily do it turn 1 going first. And then there are just so many different cards you can use to search it out in the Psychic card pool as well. Oh, you guys are lying. Oh, you're lying. You're trolling. Oh, okay. You're trolling. I see. I see. I'm being trolled. Yes, but in Psychic you have Mysterious Treasure. You've got Fog Crystal. You've got Quick Ball, Level Ball, Ultra Ball. It's so easy to search this thing out. It feels like any game Psychic wants to get a turn 1 let loose going first, they could just do it. Which just creates a lot of non-games. And in combination with Cleffa, you could very easily... Not this one, you're the bad one. Yes. In combination with Cleffa, you could just let loose and then Grasping Draw to 7, and it's like you didn't even do anything. It's like you just limited your opponent. You shot your shot at making it so that your opponent didn't get to play the game, right? And it's like that, and the fact that Psychic can so easily just, like, shoot the shot at making it so that your opponent can't play the game while not having to pay any price in return because of Cleffa and Wobbuffet, frankly, because you could just sit behind Wobbuffet. You could just sit behind Wobbuffet until you... At this rate, just ban Psychic from the format? What are you talking about, Anthony? No. Not at all. Why would we ever do that? That's ridiculous. No. It's about making the game as fun as possible to play, right? And really, this is a very small ban list. I mean, considering we're talking about cards that have been printed since 2010, right? There are only a couple of, like, type-oriented cards that have been targeted so far. There's Oranguru for colorless, there's Force of Giant Plants for grass, and there's Kyogre for water. And then Research Lab mainly targeted colorless because of Archeops, but Archeops and Aerodactyl, just being able to get those both into play at the same time. Turn 1 going first. And it's like, the turn 1 going first stuff, right, is just like, yeah, there's no counterplay to it, right? There's no counterplay to it. And that's part of, like, you're just creating non-games with no counterplay. And that's like, yeah, and ban lists are just needed for formats that don't rotate. And I wasn't really of the opinion that Marshadow was broken until Cleffa came out, because it seemed to me that it was, like, more or less a double-edged sword, but with Cleffa, now it's no longer a double-edged sword. That's kind of my evolution on the on the, you know, on the topic. Back when, you know, you just let loose turn 1, it's like, well, you know, both players probably get a dead draw a little bit. Or both players could dead draw a little bit. Marshadow might. It might. It's at least it's part of the debate now, I think, because of how many non-games it creates. It's at least something to think about. I think it creates too many non-games that it doesn't really need to be there, right? It's banned and expanded too. It just makes sense. It creates non-games. So it's at least something to think about. And Psychic is already, it's not like Psychic is hurting for draw power. Like, it's not at all, right? So it's at least, if there is an update to the ban list, it would happen in July. Yeah. The Psychic player going first does get to thin their deck first. It's true. I used to make the case that it was, like, marginal at best, but with so many search cards available in the format now, I mean, they just keep printing more and more search cards, right? Like, there's Buddy Buddy Poffin, there's Battle VIP Pass, there's Quick Ball, Level Ball, Nest Ball. I mean, you could very easily just play, like, a very item-based build, explosively set up your board turn 1 and let loose your opponent. That is, like, happening more and more, right? Thank you, Amik, for the sub and the 25 months. Quickness 99. What? All right, people who don't think that Marshadow is broken. Let me hear your arguments. My argument is that in combination with Cleffa, you can too often get a huge card advantage going first before your opponent gets to play the game, and create non-games by not allowing your opponent to play the game before the game even starts. No different than going second and slapping down a Marnie. No, it is different than that, because the player going first gets to play cards out of their hand. They actually get to have a turn. And with more item-based search cards, like I said, Battle VIP Pass, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Quick Ball, Level Ball, Nest Ball, there are so many different item-based search cards that allow you to establish a board going first now, right? I don't know. It's at least something we're talking about, I think. It's just been happening more and more lately. And talking to people at League, it's not just me, it's other people have been having the same issues, so. No, the thing is that Battle VIP Pass and Buddy Buddy allow you to set up your board before using Let Loose. Yeah, it's that you can explosively set up your board turn one going first, then let loose your opponent, and you always have Cleffa to draw out of it if it goes bad for you, right? You always have this little emergency button that you can press, and then so it's at least something worth thinking about. I'd say that it's a consideration. He's on the watch list for sure. But, you know, ban list decisions don't get made lightly, so that's always it'll be a process. But I think it's at least something worth thinking about, right? Right? It's like the format is like a tree, right? And sometimes you have to prune stray branches to keep it a beautiful tree, right? And if you don't prune off things that are, you know, not helping the tree, then the tree is going to grow unruly. You got to prune it a little bit. In a format that never rotates, you got to upkeep it. Chainsaw the tree. You know, thank you, Amik, for that sub. Anthony G, Shubhan, thank you, thank you, thank you. These decisions don't get made lightly. It's always worth. It's just always worth thinking about. You know, as the person who, you know, who upkeeps the format, is my job. It's my job, right? So, I mean, and if you look at the if you look at the ban list right now, it's a bunch of broken cards. They're all very broken. That creates some very unbalanced games, and the format is much healthier without all of these. So, as of now, I'm very happy with how the ban list has aged. When would Lily's Pokédoll get the banhammer? Literally never. You only get to play one. That's fine. Yeah, it's a very concise. What is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. Seven cards. The format's been around for almost 3 years. And cards all the way from 2011 on. So like over a decade's worth of cards are in the pool. And there's only 7 that are too broken. That's pretty successful if you ask me. Amazing Kyogre was ridiculous. Yeah. Thank you, Star Fox, for that sub in the 7 months. Thank you. Is the GLC intro video on the GLC website now? No, it's not, Pig Chef. I got to get to that. I've had a busy couple of months, all right? But things are going to slow down this summer, and I'm going to be able to get to it. Pig Chef, do you have the... Pig Chef, do you still have the GLC video that you edited for me? Do you have, like, the original copy of it? The official intro to Gym Leader Challenge. Do you have the full thing? Thank you, Marco Spector, for the sub in the 6 months. Appreciate you. Yes, it's all on the drive. It's still on the drive? What if I deleted it out of the drive? I usually delete the projects once they're uploaded. Once I download them. I think I usually am pretty good about keeping all the projects that I create, but for some reason I seem to have lost that one. Has nothing to do with the fact that my organization is suspect at best. Nothing to do with that at all. You uploaded it to your own drive. Fantastic. Can you re-upload it to our drive? That would be great. I would like to store it. I would like to store it myself. That would be great. I just got one of these, like, one of these Samsung things. I don't know. It's a, what is it? A T7 Shield. It's like a 4 terabyte external hard drive. I realize how quickly I'm going to fill this thing up. I'm going to need just like a stack of these. I don't really know the best way for like to store all this crap that I have, because it is at a certain point it's just way too much. RAID storage? What is that? Because I decided that I needed to like, for all the major projects that I do, I need to keep all of the raw footage around so that I can like reference those projects with future projects, and then they just continue to grow, right? Oh, RAID just means that your data is backed up over multiple drives. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that that's just not how things are working right now. I don't have things backed up on multiple drives. In fact, if one of my things corrupts, I'm pretty bodied. So, yeah. Network attached storage. Man, what even is that? IT dorks in the chat coming out of the woodwork. The thing is, I do need... You want to buy an NAS? Talk to a tech friend. If you don't have one, your community knows. All right. What is NAS? Whoa. This thing is definitely expensive. But that's fine. You know, it's an investment. Whoa. Less expensive than some Magic the Gathering decks? Lance, cool. Like 500 to 1,000? Oh, that's not bad. I was going to say, I got one of these, like, let's see. The thing, I realized I can't just put all of my, I can't just put all of my stuff on one of these, you know? Which is kind of what I got going on right now. I can't just put... I'm like, this seems irresponsible, just like putting everything on these. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned thumb drives? This thing right here has 4 terabytes, and it is 4 terabytes, and it is the size of a Pokemon card. It's 600 for 2. They're 300 each. Yeah. Yeah, they're 300 each. But it's 4 terabytes, and they're the size of a Pokemon card. And they're about 1 centimeter thick. I know. I know. I remember when 128 gigs cost that much. I know. It's insane now, right? Like, these little things are crazy. They're solid-state hard drives. Like, 4 terabyte solid-state hard drives the size of a Pokemon card. Just upload everything to the cloud. But then you got to... I hate that, because then you're dependent on someone else's servers somewhere, and you have to pay monthly for it. Get a NAS. All right, I'll have to talk to my people. Well, and then also when you're dealing with large video files going through the internet, like it's much faster if you've got them locally, right? It's much faster to deal with your large video files. Like I could probably just work on them while they're stored externally. I mean, not just probably, I can work on them while they're stored externally if I have that. So I think, yeah, for video files, you got to have your own stuff. You got to have your own so that you can transfer them just like. You want your data backed up to 3 locations? What the heck, bro? Yeah, my data's not that serious. It'd be a miracle if I get 2. Honestly, yeah. 3? Man, it'll be a miracle if I get 2. I highly doubt I'll even get that. Yeah. I want to work off my T7s and back up to the NAS. That sounds good. Yeah, Pig is my second location. See, there you go. Yeah, Pig's Cloud is my second location, for sure. So, like, the thing is that I'm starting to do all these interviews now because I'm working on like documentaries, like Pokemon documentaries. And if I were and I am like very nervous about losing the video files of these interviews that I'm doing because some of them are freaking huge. And also, like, if I lose that interview, that's so much work and time and investment lost, right? So, like, the interviews are like an hour long. I'm filming them in 4K. So, like, goodness, you know, the videos are like freaking 60 gigabytes, you know? I need to record to 2 cards to be safe. I know, and my camera does have dual recording like that, so I know. So right now, I have them backed up, like my interviews I have on these little memory cards, and then I also have on the Shield. That's where I have them, right? This is like, so but eventually I'm gonna have to delete them from the memory card because they're gonna run out of space. So then I'll just have them on the Shield. And like, I just bought this thing and I've never used it before, so I'm hoping that it doesn't like corrupt on me or something. Yeah, my PC's solid state. Yeah. Solid state, yeah. So yeah, it's right. Because these documentary projects are going to be unlike anything that I've ever worked on before because I'm going to be working on the documentary projects over the course of like 6 months at a time, sometimes even a year, right? Because, yeah, so I'm going to need to keep those video files secure as I work on them for extended periods of time. Yeah, thank you, Pig. I appreciate that. Oh, good thing about NAS back. Oh, so the NAS is just backup stuff. Have a private, unlisted, unable to view YouTube channel. The thing about uploading stuff to YouTube is that, like, if you go to download it, like, I could technically download everything that I've ever uploaded to YouTube, but then it, like, downloads it in crap quality. So it doesn't, like, it doesn't keep it, like you can't re-download. I don't know. You can't like re-download it, and maybe I'm uploading it wrong, but I've noticed that you could re-download all your uploads to YouTube from the back end, but they're terrible quality. So, anyways, we got to title this Seismitoad video, guys. What should we title this thing? All right. Here, we'll watch the first few seconds and let me know how you're feeling inspired.
Seismitoad from Obsidian Flames is super cute and unassuming looking, but don't let its soft and humble demeanor fool you. This card is a terror to play against in Gym Leader Challenge format. If you're new to Gym Leader Challenge format, don't worry. It's super fun and easy to get into.
Where's it coming from? Okay, anyways.
Seismitoad from...
Oh, it was coming from there. That quality looks like garbage.
Seismitoad from Obsidian Flames is super cute and unassuming looking, but don't let its soft and humble demeanor fool you. This card is a terror to play against in Gym Leader Challenge format. If you're new to Gym Leader Challenge format, don't worry. It's super fun and easy.
What should we title it? It's all about Seismitoad. How broken it is. I could release the video right now if we just have a title. Everything else is ready to go. Unload the toad. Toad, King of Quakes. Get toaded. Size doesn't matter. Size doesn't. I do love. Get a toad of this. I do love, I love puns. Puns are great. People love puns. Surely people see puns and they're like, oh yeah, I need to click that video because it's got a pun in it. Size doesn't matter, but that doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just a funny pun. It's just a pun, but doesn't actually apply. I haven't added your shout out in the description yet. All right, here we go. I don't have it automatically generated into the description because you don't edit every video, Pig, so I always have to add it manually. Can't you tell I just uploaded this? There. The size of this toad. Look at the size of this toad. But it's not necessarily big. Totally triumphant. Doesn't it do big damage? It's annoying. That's like the stick, is that it's annoying and stops your opponent from attacking it. Oh, goodness. Mr. Bisco, I don't know about that one. Toad Reclev. NAIC registrations on June 25th. Wait. June 25th? Isn't NAIC like in June? Oh, April 25th. All right. So in like 6 days. Got it. All right. I'm going to have to try and register for that. Totally. There we go. All right. That's it. This deck is totally annoying. This card is totally annoying. Yeah. Stop. Stop your opponent from attacking with Seismitoad. There you go. You can pick up your NAIC badge at the airport? Real? That's crazy.
Seismitoad.
Where are the deck lists? I took this picture of the deck at the bar. at the bar. So it's kind of sick though. It's like it's authentic, you know? I was at the bar. Yeah. Laid out my deck. Yeah, the Green Dragon in. It's a little haphazard, but it's all there. Okay, it's all there. 246. Okay. That's all good. We've got pre-order Twilight Masquerade sealed from Full Grip Games. Isn't this nice? See, it's like you guys are at work. What did I just do? You guys are at work. I'm at work. We're all at work. Get out of here, Bed Bath & Beyond. We're all working. Look how productive we're being. I'm getting work done. Y'all are getting work done. Okay. Place automatically. Take some time. I ain't got time. We're just going to throw them in here somewhere. All right, we'll chuck a few in. That seems good. Next. Public. Send it. Fantastic. Time to make a new. We'll set our trailer to the Toad video. My latest efforts. Excellent. And huge thank you to Pig Chef for editing that for us. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, feels good. We got a video done. And that thumbnail's nice. I love that thumbnail. It looks so nice. I love honestly, the real card thumbnails look so much better than the digital ones, in my opinion. I just think they're They're so wholesome looking. Anyways, let's play the game, shall we? But first, let's talk about some new cards. Okay. Here we go. Starting this month, players who attend Japan's gym tournaments will receive a new promo pack containing one of the 7 promo cards. 4 of them are brand new. The rest are reprints. Kilowattrol EX. Return charge. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, and then attach up to 2 basic lightning from your hand to this Pokemon. Thunderlance. 40 damage plus 40 more damage for each lightning energy attached to this Pokemon. Not very good, if I'm being honest. It's the same multiplier as Dialga V-Star, but Dialga V-Star is just a better card. Yo, welcome to the club, Dave. Yes, welcome. Happy 30th. Scraggy and Scrafty. For each your bench Pokemon, search your deck for a card and put it... Whoa, but it's a stage 1, though. Huh. That's pretty good. You could search your deck for 5 cards. That's crazy. And then lottery stick. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal any number of supporter cards you find there and put them into your hand. Yeah? Yeah. It's like a bad Pokegear. And Pokegear's legal. The trainer's mail is back. It's so much worse. Yeah. Roto Stick. I mean, this card is just worse than Pokegear. Don't try to convince me that it's not. What am I doing here? And this card was printed in Scarlet and Violet base set. So, like, it's just explicitly worse than Pokegear. I know. I'm a Gym Leader Challenge propagandist. I get it. However, this card is better in Gym Leader Challenge than it is in Standard, while Pokegear's around. Like, in Gym Leader Challenge, you could actually play this card with Pokegear, and then that actually makes sense, because you can't play 2 Pokegear. So you might, right? You might play a Lottery Stick, you might play a Trainer's Mail, you might play a Pokegear, you might play a, Tag Call, you might just play, like, all those different cards. But in Standard, you just play Pokegear. It makes no sense to not just play Pokegear. Play 4 of them. You get to look at 7 cards as opposed to 4. And sure, the stick allows you to put any number of supporter cards you find there into your hand. But what are the odds you find more than 1? And also, why do you want more than 1? You can only play 1 a turn. Even what the card offers is not even good. Even if you find more than 1, you probably don't want more than 1 supporter in your hand because your opponent just Iono you, and then you'll never see a supporter again for the rest of the game. The only reason I could see a card like this being good is if you're trying to, like,
I don't know, get supporters into the discard pile somehow. Like, if you're trying to get as many supporters into the discard pile as possible, I don't know if that becomes necessary. But even so, like, the only deck that's trying to get a lot of supporters into the discard pile is the Ancient Box deck, and even that deck wouldn't play this. Right, that's what Pokestop's for. So this card is just terrible in Standard. Absolutely terrible. But in Gym Leader Challenge, this card could actually see play. Yo, we got all 100. Wait, is this set review day? Is it time? It's set review day. Wait. Holy smokes, I think it's time to do... Is the whole set is here? It's set review day. All right. The whole set's here. It's all translated. It's all ready to go. I was wondering when this day was going to come. Oh, man, this is exciting. Wow. Wowee wow. Cool. And then the set officially drops next week. Whoa, secret box. Search your deck for one item, one tool, one supporter, one stadium. One item, one tool, one supporter, one stadium. That's broken. Oh, you have to discard 3 cards from your hand in order to use it. Okay. This... What? People are saying Lugia? Oh, yeah. This card is broken. Yeah. But having to ditch 4 cards from your hand is pretty nuts. You might even play it in Chien-Pao. You get Stop, you get Irida. Some decks are going to have to figure out a tool that's worth playing. The fact that this card can go get you a 4 Sealstone is also insane. It's 4. You're getting rid of 4 cards. The secret box is a card that you're getting rid of from your hand. Plus 3 others. So it's a -4 plus 4, right? Pokemon Proxy has set review mode now. But they don't have every single card on Pokemon Proxies, right? Yeah, there's no way that they have every single card done on PokemonProxies.com, right? They do? They have every card. Oh! Yes. This is crazy. All right. Cool. Oh, this will be so fun. Let's change the title. Cool. You can now click on them to enlarge them. Yes, I heard about that. I saw that on the X application. God, look how cute that Phantump is. Yeah, it's set review time. People want to talk about the new cards that just got revealed, and like I've kind of talked about a lot of these cards in passing, but it's time to just give my kind of official takes on the cards, especially some I've had like a while to stew on, so that's actually good because I'm not just giving my first reaction to the card. It's like I kind of actually have a more informed opinion of what I think.
So I'm excited about that. Do we have any results from Japan? Does anybody know where... We're going to review the whole set, so I'm going through Crimson Haze as well. So cards from Crimson Haze are legal in Japan right now. Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I appreciate that. Cards from Crimson Haze are legal right now in Japan. So I'm actually curious if there are just any results that I can take a look at from Japan. Does anybody have any links that could get me to those? Like, has the bear actually been doing anything in Japan? Pokeka book. That's right. That's right. I ought to, like, bookmark this or something. The bear is in every deck. Okay, what is this? This page lists the results from Japanese City League tournaments. They are local events and are hosted by card shops. Let's put me up here, probably. That's cool. And let's see what we got. So these are all winner decks. Okay, winners. Cool. But this doesn't have deck lists. That's cool, though. All right, the shop and then the winner. It does have deck lists. Whoa. Oh, God, Limitless is so sick. Oh my gosh. These guys literally solved the Pokemon TCG with this website. This is so crazy. They've solved it. They've solved everything. I can't believe they've solved Japanese results as well. Click on the shop. It's got... What? How is there so much information? So much info. Dang, you guys like Charizard much? All right, Lugia's playing a Blood Moon. That's cool. All right, I'm gonna take a little scan through these just so that I have like some. So that I have some. It looks like Charizard's still really freaking good. Cool. There's like a Lost Zone deck with the bear. That's cool. Yeah, we got like the Paradox box featuring bear. Nice. Yeah, Paradox box featuring bear seems strong. Right. It kind of gives you the best of both worlds. Like, you can now play Radiant Charizard and Radiant Greninja effectively. Right. Which is just completely nuts. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. That deck seems insane. All right, this is just like a... It's like you would... This is like new Sablezard, right? Like, you don't even... It's not even Sablezard anymore. It's just Sable Bear. Yeah. It's Sable Bear. And you get to play Radiant Greninja instead of Charizard now. And you've got your TM Crisis Punch. It's nuts. You could put the Crisis Punch on the bear. You could put the Crisis Punch on the bear. Wait. Does that works like that?
Can you put the Crisis Punch on the bear? No, it doesn't work? Okay. You just could do it on the Cramorant, though. All right. The Crisis Punch goes on. All right, see? Well, this is why we got to talk about it, or else I'm gonna spread fake news. This Pokemon's Blood Moon attack. Oh, the Elder's technique only works on the Blood Moon attack. Okay. Got it. Oh, IG Champions League. This is cool. On PTCG Legends. Yeah, this website freaking rocks too. It looks like Unfair Stamp is actually seeing some play in Guardy. That's cool. Okay, so where's like Unfair Stamp seeing play? Guardy and Charizard. Unfair Stamp is seeing play. What? What the heck? Unfair Stamp is actually seeing play? Unfair Stamp Zard? Brother. And I guess you can always Arven for the Unfair Stamp. You probably just win some games by just doing it. It's like a Roxanne. You can play it when your opponent has taken one prize. Unfair Stamp was the second most used ace spec at the Champions League. What was the first? Prime Catcher? Whoa. At the... This is at the Aichi... Am I saying that right? Aichi Champions League, the Aichi Champions League, which took place for my Brilliant Stars of Twilight Masquerade, April 13th. That took place like last week. All right, so that's super relevant, actually. Aichi? The Aichi Champions League? Aichi? Cool. All right, word. Aichi Champions League. Cool. Took place April 13th to 14th. It included cards from Crimson Haze. We've got an Iron Thorns deck. Disruption Iron Thorns. This is sick. 9th place. I gotta imagine there was a ton of players here. Do we know like how many players were at this tournament? That's just a 4 Thorns deck, huh? God, that's so cool. Man, yeah, that's hype. This deck was absolutely dismantling Charizard? Really? Because so they cannot use their abilities. Because all it plays is Thorns. They can never break the lock. They can never break the lock, bro. That's it. God, that's hilarious. Oh my God. They never get to use Pidgeot. They never get to use Charizard. And you're hammering the energy and using Airy the whole time. Oh my gosh, this deck is broke. What's the canceling cologne for? Calamitous Wasteland too? For Mimikyu, okay. I'm going to make this deck my whole personality, I think. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that is cool. Okay. Excellent. All right. This is good. This is probably going to be the most informed set review I've ever done. Look at all this research I'm doing. I'm doing my own research. Man, I'm so informed. Ain't no way a Tusk deck won. With one Roaring Moon, just for fun. Lugia. I mean, you could play... Dude, Lugia with the survival cast? Brother. Let's see. Is survival cast actually seeing... No deck list from the database. Okay. All right, hype. That's cool. Okay. I'm feeling very informed now. So this is the whole set of Twilight Masquerade, start to finish. 167. This right here. This is it. This is the whole set. All these cards here. You've got Greninja. You've got Blood Moon, Ursaluna. Unfair Stamp, Hyperona, Survival Cast. Mask of Change. No, because we got Mask of Change here. So that was the Crimson Haze cards. These are just the Crimson Haze cards. Okay, these are the Crimson Haze cards here. And then these are the Mask of Change cards here. And it's the whole set. Beautiful. Okay. And then Twilight Masquerade. Those are those. Okay. Cool. For a set review, how do we want to do it? We want to do like... Do we want to do like all the grass cards first and then we'll like skip down to like here and just do all the grass cards, then do all the fighting cards? I feel like that, or like all the fire cards, and then we'll do these, and then I don't think it makes as much sense to do like Crimson Haze then Twilight Masquerade, just kind of because they're going to be combined. So it is a lot of back and forth, but I think it's kind of worth it because you kind of want to think of the two sets as like one set. Oh, I mean, these set reviews take a lot of editing on the back end anyway. They always do. So that's not a problem. Cool. Okay, let's get started, shall we? I'm going to take a quick potty break. When I get back, we're going to do a set review of Twilight Masquerade. So, buckle up. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be right back after this. Sweet. Thank you for the patience. We're so back. And I could open a new tab with it's true.
Okay, and then let's see, as far as we got the cards go, I mean, honestly, this may be the set review that requires the least amount of back-end editing on my part, just because it looks so slick. They really did an amazing job. I mean, really, if I'm editing my set review, all I want is the English translation, and it just looks good. That's so crazy. I'm just going to have to, like, basically chop it up, but this is going to require very little editing on my parts because I don't have to, like, black out the entire background. Like, this honestly looks pretty clean. Very happy with how this appears. God, I hate that I updated OBS. It feels like anytime you update stuff, things change. I hate updating software. Who's with me? I change things and I don't know how to use them. All right, anyways. I'm going to start my records. Let's get moving. All righty. The entirety of Mask of Change has been revealed, which is going to be half of our Twilight Masquerade set, which is releasing in May. Japan has been playing with Crimson Haze for about a month now, and we get to see some of the results that have been pouring in from over there. But Twilight Masquerade is going to be releasing relatively closely to the Mask of Change sets. Mask of Change releases in about a week, and Twilight Masquerade releases in about a month. So we're going to be getting these sets pretty soon internationally, which is very exciting. The entirety of our Twilight Masquerade set is now revealed for us to pour over. So in today's video, I'm going to be doing a review of what I consider to be the most notable cards from our upcoming set, Twilight Masquerade. Twilight Masquerade is going to be the most recent set legal for play at the North American International Championships. So it is bound to be an impactful set. Crimson Haze has already made an impact on Japan's metagame, and Twilight Masquerade and Mask of Change has even more new cards that are sure to make a big difference. Let's see. All right, Tangrowth. Not worth talking about. And if I find anything, if I'm like scrolling past any card and you're like, yo, you missed something, or like you didn't think about this, or like whatever, feel free to call it out in the chat. It's one of the reasons I love doing things live, is because I feel like I miss less, and my my reviews are more fleshed out if I have chat kind of keeping me honest during it. Active evolution Pokemon's retreat cost is 1 colorless more. Does 30 more damage for each colorless. Ariados? What? So, like, if I guess you could make, like, Charizard's retreat cost is 2. If you have 2 Ariados in play, its retreat cost is 4. 3, 6, 9, 12. It's not even what you need. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 160. 3. This is all right. Ariados from Twilight Masquerade has the Big Net ability, which makes it so that your opponent's active evolution Pokemon's retreat cost is 1 colorless more. And then its String Bind attack costs 1 grass energy and does 10 damage plus 30 more damage
for each colorless in your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. So, if we're thinking of Ariados as a card that can maybe knock out Charizard EX in one hit, Charizard EX has a grass weakness and a retreat cost of 2. If you have 2 Ariados in play, you're going to make its retreat cost 4, and you'll only be doing 130 damage to Charizard. Times 2, 260, not a one-hit KO. If you have 3 Ariados in play, that means that you're going to be doing 160 damage to the Charizard. Times 2, 320, still not a one-hit KO. You need 4 Ariados in play in order to one-hit KO Charizard. And that is just not worth it, considering that Charizard is the main target that you're going to want to one-hit KO with Ariados. It's just not a very good card, unfortunately. Leaflet Blessing. No. Spidops EX, but yeah, Spidops EX has an attack cost that costs 2, though. It's just... like, you're better off just playing Spidops EX, right? If you're going to play a Spidops EX deck, you might as well just run a lot of Spidops EX. I don't think that it actually makes sense to play Spidops EX and the Ariados. I mean, they're kind of redundant, right? In order to one-hit KO Charizard, you would need 3, 6, 9. You need 3 Spidops in play, right? What, 3, 6... colorless more. No, you don't need 3 Spidops. You need 2 Spidops in play, right? It's a single prizer? Yeah, but this thing's weak to fire and can just get knocked out. All right, I guess you could play Ariados with Spidops EX. Spidops EX also increases the retreat cost of your opponent's active Pokemon. So you could play an Ariados Spidops deck where your sole purpose is to increase your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. And your main attacker could be Ariados, and you could have Spidops EX sitting on the bench. It would be pretty funny to have a board with multiple Spidops and Ariados, and to make your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost like 6 additional retreat. That would be kind of funny, I guess. But ultimately, very unserious. This will never be a meta deck. Trust me. Yo, what's up, Jack? Yes, this website's incredible. I hope everybody uses it. This is such an amazing resource. You have done an incredible job. Huge shout out to Jack from Omnipoke. Yes, I mean, just what an amazing resource for the community. Thank you so much for putting the work in. I've been absolutely astounded by how useful it is. So, yes, absolutely. You know, huge thank you to Jack for developing this website, PokemonProxies.com. Great website name, too. It's impossible to forget. Anytime I'm like, oh, yeah, what's that website? PokemonProxies.com. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Incredible, for that sub as well, at 29 months. Iron Leaves is a new single prize grass attacker with 120 HP. It's a future Pokemon, so it gets all of the benefits of being a future Pokemon. And it has the Vengeful Edge attack, which costs a grass and 2 colorless energy. It does 100 damage plus 60 more damage if any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn. This is a really useful revenge attacker. Dealing 160 damage for 3 energy is solid, and hitting for grass weakness is also solid. I could see this card being splashed into standard and gym leader challenge decks. It's just a fine attacker. It may not make the cut in Lost Box decks, which is where I kind of see this card fitting in. Giratina V-Star decks are playing Iron Leaves EX, which is just a more mobile, flexible attacker. Lost Box decks are going to be playing probably your Roaring Moon EX to take those big one-hit KOs. But Iron Leaves is always an option, and it's just one damage buff away from one-hit KOing Charizard EX. So I do like this card. It's just pretty good. Thank you, Shiroyu, for that sub in the 48 months. Appreciate it. You could also play Iron Leaves in your Future Toolbox deck to help Iron Hands EX with its pretty sorry Charizard matchup. You could maybe pass energy back from Iron Hands EX to Iron Leaves with a heavy baton, and then one-hit KO Charizard EX with a future booster energy capsule attached. Good card. Hits for a very relevant weakness right now. The benefits that future Pokemon have are that they have access to future booster energy capsule and can be accelerated too with Miraidon. Those are the major buffs that future Pokemon have. Poltergeist. It's got the shadowy concealment ability, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is on your bench, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks. So it's got a built-in bench barrier, which is always welcome for the little guys, especially when you only have 30 hit points. And then Poltergeist evolves into Sinistcha EX, a 240 hit point grass-type Stage 1 Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Infusion Retribution, costs 1 colorless energy. You get to choose one of your opponent's Pokemon and put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon for each basic grass energy in your discard pile. Then you shuffle those energy back into your deck. Matcha Splash costs a grass and a colorless energy and does 120 damage. You get to heal 30 damage from each of your Pokemon. This is just really bad, right? I mean, all these kinds of attacks that require you to put a ton of energy in your discard pile and then put them back into the deck and then put them back into the discard pile and then back into the deck. Those kinds of strategies always register as gimmicky to me. Famously, there was a Feraligatr from Neo Genesis that had this style of attack that was actually the best deck in format during its time. But these kinds of strategies have not been good ever since. It was a different era back then. And now doing a medium amount of damage while having to flush these energy in and out of your deck, I just don't love this strategy. Maybe Sinistcha EX can be played as a thin line in a deck like Meowscarada EX that wants to pump energy back into the deck after discarding a bunch of grass energy, but Meowscarada EX decks only play like 6 grass energy, and you're much better off just using energy retrieval to get those back from the discard pile. So I don't think that Sinistcha EX is very good at all. Let me see. Where is the Sinistcha? Yeah. Is there a regular Sinistcha too? Okay. It'd be a shame to talk about Sinistcha EX without talking about the single prize Sinistcha. It's got 70 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Cursed Droplets, costs 1 grass energy and allows you to place 4 damage counters on your Pokemon. Place 4 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. And then its second attack, Matcha All Out, costs a grass energy and allows you to discard up to 3 basic grass energy cards from your Pokemon in play. And the attack does 70 damage for each card you discarded in this way. Maxing out at 210 damage, you have to discard 3 grass energy from your board in order to do that. You can accelerate grass energy into play with Gardenia's Vigor and the new Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, which allows you to attach basic grass energy from your hand and draw cards. So maybe there's some sort of deck where you can accelerate grass energy into play with Teal Dance and then discard the energy with Sinistcha and then put all of the energy back into your deck with Sinistcha EX. But if I'm being honest, that just doesn't sound like a very powerful deck to me. I still don't. That deck just still sounds like trash. I'm going to be honest. It only does 210 damage. Who cares? And your board would have to have all of these weak Pokemon on it, like Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It just doesn't really seem like it's a powerful, cohesive strategy that can keep up in standard format. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Okay, any other grass pokes? Let's see, what else we got? If you go first, you can use this attack during your first turn. Search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them on your bench. No. That's funny, but still probably not worth reviewing. These kinds of attacks are pretty gimmicky. Like, you can only use it if you go first. You can only use it if you go second. These kinds of attacks that you can only use while going first and second are pretty gimmicky because you have to get the Pokemon into the active spot and the energy attached to them in order to use them. Volbeat can use its fast sign attack only if you're going first on the first turn of the game. You get to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them onto the bench. I mean, that's a solid setup option, but you'd rather just play Buddy Buddy Poffin. And then Illumise has the Slowing Perfume attack, which costs 1 colorless energy, and you can only use it on the first turn of the game. If you're going second, you shuffle one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and all cards attached to it into their deck. These cards are not very good, but they might be pre-release all-stars. It's not only if you go first. All right, fine. Well, it's fine. They're really not worth talking about regardless. I still think these cards might be pretty good in pre-release. Like, you probably will play those cards in your pre-release deck if you get them in your Build-A-Battle kit. Grass GLC? I still don't think so. You're rather just Buddy Buddy Poffin. And Volbeat doesn't evolve into anything, right? So it's just like, yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, the grass bench is already so jammed. Yeah, I don't think that you'd want to play this thing. It's not worth it. You're just better off playing Buddy Buddy Poffin. The idea, like, you're not getting this thing. The problem with these attacks is you're not getting it into the active position to use it. The reason why Basculin is so good is because it's a free attack, right? So, like, Hisui and Basculin's Gather the Crew attack is free, which means that you can always pay the retreat cost and put it into the active spot, right? Sunflora, the direct Charizard count. All right, let's see. It doesn't even counter Charizard. Sunflora's Sunshine Return attack does 60 damage for each fire energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon. But Charizard's Infernal Rain attack, Charizard's Infernal Rain ability accelerates up to 3 fire energy from their deck to their Pokemon in any way they like. And as soon as you put a Sunkern into play, a Charizard player will be like, maybe I'll only accelerate 2 energy at a time and not over-attach. And since they can always just put the extra energy into play every time they evolve into Charizard EX, Sunflora doesn't even accomplish what it sets out to do by countering Charizard. It doesn't even do that. It's just a bad card. Bang Bang Drum. What do we got? Oh, the Festival lead deck? All right. All right, let's talk. Okay. Hold on. Let me wrap my mind around all the festival goers real quick. Festival grounds in play. This Pokemon may attack twice. Okay. This guy can attack twice. Okay. Yo, new Heatran? New Heatran just dropped? Bro. I can't wait to tell. He's so gnarly looking. Who let him be this gnarly? Okay. All right. So what's the festival? The festival grounds can't be affected by special conditions. Okay. Wouldn't be a fun new set without a fun new gimmick deck. Twilight Masquerade's gimmick is the Festival lead deck. It features a bunch of Pokemon that interact with Festival lead and the Festival Grounds Stadium. So we're going to kind of talk about all those Pokemon all at once right here. Thwackey has the Bang Bang Drum ability, which reads, once during your turn, if your active Pokemon has the Festival lead ability, you may search your deck for a card and put it into your hand. That's great. A built-in consistency engine. All you have to have is a Pokemon with a Festival lead ability in the active spot, and you get to search your deck for whatever card you want every turn of the game. Seems good. Rillaboom, unfortunately, is not all that great, so you're probably just going to keep this Thwackey online for its Bang Bang Drum ability. The first Festival leader we're going to look at is Diplin. The Festival lead ability says that if Festival Grounds is in play, this Pokemon may use its attack twice.
If the first attack knocks out your opponent's active Pokemon, you can attack again after your opponent chooses a new active Pokemon. Dipplin has the Do the Wave attack, which does 20 damage for each of your benched Pokemon. A callback to Wigglytuff from the Jungle set. This Do the Wave attack is much stronger than Wigglytuff's. It can do up to 120 damage. It can do up to 100 damage if you have a full bench. Times 2 because you're attacking twice, which means that you can do 200 damage. If you're attacking a Charizard EX, you get to do 200 damage twice because of Charizard EX's weakness. So this is a very nice attacker to have in your single prize toolbox deck. Being able to one-hit KO Charizard EX easily for just one energy is a huge buff, because with any single prize deck, knocking out the 330 hit point behemoth that is Charizard EX is always going to be something that you need to know how to do. And Dipplin, fortunately, solves that right away. Okay, let's look at the other festival leaders. There's also Goldeen with the festival lead ability, allowing it to attack twice. Its attack Whirlpool costs 2 colorless energy and does 10 damage. You get to flip a coin. If heads, discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. This is interesting, but I don't know if it's This is interesting, and I think that Goldeen, being a single prize attacker that can attack for just 1 double turbo energy, could be useful in control decks. If you want to strip energy away from your opponent's active Pokemon, Goldeen could be useful for that. You effectively get to play 2 Crushing Hammer and have an option to remove 2 energy from your opponent's active with its attack. It's not the strongest attack. This does remind me of the Seeking, which had a 1 energy attack. You got to flip 3 coins and discard an energy for each heads you flipped. Goldeen only gets to flip 2 coins. It's not as good as the Seeking card that came before it, but it is a basic, so it does have that going for it. And then, here we go. Swirlix. Swirlix can also attack twice. It's got 50 hit points and the Sneaky Placement attack, which places 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So you could place 2 damage counters on 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. All of these festival leaders seem very tame compared to the Dipplin. The Dipplin seems like far and away the strongest one that I've seen so far. Thank you, Fortitude TCG, for that sub and the 10 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. Right? Like, all these festival leaders seem pretty bad compared to the, to the one. And then the Festival Grounds Stadium. The Festival Grounds Stadium makes it so that all Pokemon in play that have energy attached to them can't be affected by special conditions. It's kind of a funny stadium to go with the Festival lead deck. It doesn't really seem like it would come into play that often, considering, your Pokemon only have like 50 hit points. So who really cares if they're affected by special conditions? I guess it's nice that your Goldeen can't be poisoned, but if I'm being honest, that just really wouldn't come up that often when you're playing, standard format. Diplin seems like the best festival leader, and Thwacky is obviously a great consistency option for the deck. There's a new grass item card as well that helps get grass Pokemon into play, so I could certainly see a Thwacky Diplin deck being a relatively strong single prize deck that has a great Charizard matchup. So if nothing else, it's got that going for it. And I'm excited. I think that this Diplin and Thwacky are really cool. The Swirlix and the Goldeen, not so impressed with them. Right. And then Applin, are there any other Applin evolutions that are relevant right now? Aren't they coming out with like a Diplin Max? Isn't there like a Diplin Senior? Hydrapple? Yeah. There's a new Apple Dragon coming to a Pokemon TCG near you. So who knows how this deck will interact with Hydrapple. Hydrapple is certainly extremely cool. Let's see, there's Flapple, but these guys are all like rotated now, right? Yeah. It's a shame that Flapple is rotated at a standard. It would be awesome to be able to include Flapple in this Diplin deck with its acidic mucus attack, which does 50 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability. That would be really cool. The Apple Dropper also rotated, sadly. Yeah, these guys are all rotated, right? So, yeah. Cool. And then we might as well talk about the Ogerpons, right? Yeah, I mean, Ogerpon's grass. Let's do it. This card is terrible. Okay. Let's talk about the Ogerpons, shall we? They're all right here. That's very nice. Okay. Let's go. What's cool about Twilight Masquerade is that we don't get... What's sick about this set is that we don't just get one shiny new gimmick deck. We've got two shiny new gimmick decks to play with. Unlike that Festival Lead deck we just looked at, the Ogerpon Toolbox deck is a EX deck that has all these different mask-themed Ogerpon that you can pivot between with the Ogre's Mask item card. Ogre's Mask allows you to choose a Pokemon EX in your discard pile that has Ogerpon in its name and switch it with one of your Pokemon EX in play that has Ogerpon in its name. Any attached cards, damage counters, special conditions, turns in play, and any other effects remain on the new Pokemon. So it basically allows you to Thornton or Ninja Boy your Ogerpon into each other while only being an item, which in a vacuum is pretty insane, considering this kind of Pokemon switching effect has been exclusively reserved for supporter cards in the modern Pokemon TCG. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX seems like the kind of main guy of the Ogerpon. It's got the Teal Dance ability, which allows you to attach a basic grass energy from your hand to Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and then draw a card. so it accelerates grass energy into play and draws cards. That's a very strong ability. If you have 4 Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in play, you could theoretically accelerate a grass energy from your hand to each of them and draw 4 cards. The issue with an ability like this is that you always have to have the grass energy in your hand in order to use the ability. If you don't have a grass energy in your hand, then Teal Dance does not work, and you don't get to draw extra cards. So the prerequisite is that you always have to have grass energy in your hand. So you're going to want to play this card with cards that get you grass energy, like Earthen Vessel or Energy Retrieval, stuff like that. The other downside to this style of ability is that you have to spread your energy out if you want to draw multiple cards a turn. You can't just use Teal Dance on the same Ogerpon twice. So if you want to accelerate more than one energy to an Ogerpon EX during your turn, you'll have to supplement Teal Dance with supporter cards like Gardenia's Vigor. If you watch the stream, then you know that I am not a big fan of Gardenia's Vigor. This supporter has not been good in the Pokemon TCG so far. Released in Astral Radiance years ago, and it has not really been relevant the entire time it's been legal so far. It allows you to draw 2 cards and then attach up to 2 grass energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon. This is the best grass energy acceleration option that we have outside of Ogerpon EX's ability. So you could pair Ogerpon EX with Gardenia's Vigor if you want to get more grass energy into play, but I think this supporter is super weak. And it requires that you have even more grass energy in your hand, and your grass energy are already going to be getting soaked up by your Ogerpon EX's abilities. So how many grass energy are you realistically going to have in your hand during a turn? Are you going to have 4 grass energy to attach from your hand to your Pokemon? I don't think so, but Gardenia's Vigor is an option. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX's attack, Myriad Leaf Shower, costs 3 grass energy and does 30 damage, plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. Being a grass Pokemon, you got to look at how easily... Being a grass Pokemon, you have to ask yourself, how easily does this card knock out Charizard EX? Charizard EX is the big bad of this format, winning the European International Championships and the Orlando Regional Championships. It also just won the Aichi Champions League in Japan. Charizard EX is very much the deck to beat. Myriad Leaf Shower, doing 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon, will, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Myriad Leaf Shower will one-hit KO a loaded Charizard EX with 2 energy attached to it, dealing 180 damage times 2. That is 360 damage, enough damage to one-hit KO Charizard. So it does check that box. It's otherwise a very underwhelming attack, as you'll be doing about 180 damage, maybe 210 damage for 3 grass energy. 3 unflexible grass energy. You have to have 3 actual grass energy attached to this thing in order to use Myriad Leaf Shower. And that's important because all these other Ogerpon cards require different kinds of energy attached to them. So I'm definitely underwhelmed that Myriad Leaf Shower and Teal Dance only interact with grass energy when you have all these other cool Ogerpon cards that don't interact with grass energy. Thank you, Raynor, for that sub in the 17 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Raynor. And thank you, Johnny YOLO, for that sub as well. Fortitude, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for the supports. My favorite of the Ogerpon EX cards is definitely Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It's also got 210 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Sob, does 20 damage for colorless energy, and during your next turn, and during your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. Fine. The real reason to play this card is its awesome Torrential Pump attack. For a water and 2 colorless energy, it does 100 damage. You may shuffle 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your deck, and if you do, this attack also does 120 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. What this card offers is for Baxcalibur decks to have another way to spread damage other than Radiant Greninja. It effectively gives Baxcalibur decks a second Radiant Greninja, which is really good. I mean, Radiant Greninja is probably the best attacker in the Baxcalibur decks. It is such a powerhouse of a card that deck would not be half of what it is without Radiant Greninja threatening 90 damage to 2 targets. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX gives those Baxcalibur decks another option to target 2 different things, dealing even more damage than Radiant Greninja, 100 to the active and 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. You can take out benched Bibarel with Torrential Pump. I really like that, while knocking out low HP targets in the active spot. You could gust up Manaphy and use Canceling Cologne and knock out Manaphy with a Bibarel on the bench, something like that. And you get to conserve the water energy. You throw the water energy back into the deck, which really alleviates the pressure on your energy retrieval items like Superior Energy Retrieval. So this card will go very well in Baxcalibur decks if they decide that they want another spread option. It's possible that Baxcalibur decks don't even need this since they do have Radiant Greninja already, but it's a great option that they have available to them now. And thank you, Miskel, for that Prime sub in the 39 months. I also really like the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. I also really like Corner Mask Ogerpon EX. I also really like Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. Like all the other Ogerpon, it's got 210 hit points. And this one has the Cornerstone Stance ability, which prevents all damage from attacks done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have an ability. This card has arrived at the perfect time. Many of the best attackers in standard format have abilities like Charizard EX, Radiant Charizard. Just a whole bunch of attackers have abilities right now. And the fact that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX blocks those attackers in a format without Path to the Peak is really cool. Cards like Alolan Vulpix V-Star have seen play for the very same reason, but the weakness of Alolan Vulpix V-Star is that you have to actually attack with it in order to start walling. And if your opponent is able to maybe Prime Catcher around the Alolan Vulpix V-Star and bring it back into the active spot, they can remove that defensive effect on the Alolan Vulpix V-Star. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX just has an ability that cannot be removed or negated easily outside of a card like Canceling Cologne. So unless your opponent's playing Canceling Cologne, you don't have to worry about them knocking out your Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX if they have an ability. Its attack, Demolish, costs a fighting and 2 colorless energy and does 140 damage. And this attack's damage is not affected by weakness, resistance, or by any other effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. I think this card is an effective wall card. I love that it doesn't have to attack to activate that defensive aspect of it. Just a good card that you can slap down and will be disruptive to a whole bunch of decks in Standard. Sure, I guess Fluttermane can attack it. Yeah. Sure. But like a lot of decks, like Baxcalibur can't just knock this thing out. Though a lot of Baxcalibur or Chenpao. Like Chenpao EX can't just knock this thing out, which is pretty good. Though Chenpao decks are starting to play Canceling Clone now, so I think it's a good card. It's cool. I like this card a lot better than I like Alolan Vulpix V. I like this card a lot better than I like Alolan Vulpix V-Star. And Alolan Vulpix V-Star won EUIC 2022. 2023? Alolan Vulpix V-Star won EUIC in 2023. So I think this card's just a strict upgrade on Alolan Vulpix V-Star. That means it's got some potential. Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX is the heavy hitter of the bunch. It has 2 attacks. Its first attack, Wrathful Hearth, does 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon for a fire and 2 colorless energy. If there are 20 damage counters on your Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX, wow, you can do Wrathful Hearth for 400 damage. Your opponent will never see it coming. They're going to see it coming. Most of the time, you won't be able to Wrathful Hearth for a lot of damage, but the attack is there if for whatever reason your opponent cannot one-hit KO this very low HP 2-prizer. I mean, honestly, if we're talking about 2-prize Pokemon, 210 hit points is the low end of HP for 2-prize Pokemon now. So Wrathful Hearth doesn't make a lot of sense for Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX, as it's not a huge Pokemon that will be difficult to one-hit KO. So you're not going to get a lot of mileage out of that attack. Its second attack, Dynamic Blaze, costs 3 fire energy and does 140 damage. And if your opponent's active Pokemon is an evolution Pokemon, it does 140 more damage, and you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon. This is a very expensive attack. If we think about the best ways to accelerate fire energy into play in Standard format, there's one answer. It's Charizard EX. So you have to ask yourself, is it worth it to use Charizard EX's Infernal Rain ability to accelerate 3 energy onto Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX in order to use Dynamic Blaze for 280 damage? I mean, Dynamic Blaze does one-hit KO Pidgeot EX, which is really important because in the Charizard mirror, you're going to see a lot of Pidgeot EX. So that is an option. You could accelerate energy to this, knock out a Pidgeot EX. You do have to discard all the energy. So in a Charizard deck, that is a lot of energy to get rid of. I mean, discarding 3 energy is really tough, especially since lists are playing only like 6 fire energy and 2 rod. So devoting that many resources to attacking with Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX doesn't seem super good in a Charizard deck, even if you can one-hit KO Pidgeot EX, even if you could one-hit KO a Charizard EX with a maximum belt attached. It seems like a gross misuse of resources in that deck. You could play Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX in an Arceus Armarouge deck. Arceus can accelerate fire energy into play. Then you can move those fire energy to Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX with Armarouge and fire off big Dynamic Blaze attacks. Getting rid of 3 fire energy isn't great in the Arceus Armarouge deck. Usually want to keep those energy in play. But if you have extra energy online, maybe after you've used Trinity Charge, Trinity Nova, maybe after you've used Trinity Nova a couple of times, you've got some extra fire energy that you don't mind unloading to take a big one-hit KO. I could see Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX being used in that context too. But honestly, looking at all four of these Ogerpon cards next to each other, they just don't seem to have a lot of synergy together. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX takes all grass energy. Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX takes all fire energy. And then the other two have very specific use cases that don't really go together. So the fact that there's an Ogre's Mask item card is neat, but it doesn't inherently seem very strong to me given the design of each of these cards. They all feel like cards that are destined for different decks rather than being played together. You could use Luminous Energy to attack with your Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and your Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX and your Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, right? I mean, I guess maybe that was the intended design, and then you can swap into Hearthflame if your Mask guy gets hit but not one-hit KO'd, and you can retaliate with a Wrathful Hearth. That just doesn't seem that good to me. It seems super gimmicky and unreliable. I mean, think for a second about the good decks in standard format. I mean, really think about them. Does this silly mask strategy really keep up? Really? I don't think so. I think that some of the Ogerpon cards are interesting, and certainly a card like Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX could see play with Baxcalibur. I think this is the strongest attacker of the bunch. The Teal Dance ability is an interesting draw ability, but I'm not convinced that this is going to be a meta deck upon release. Right? Like, am I tripping? This is not a meta deck. Right? Like, I don't think I'm tripping. I think this is like, this is not really a meta deck. It doesn't read like a meta deck. It seems very silly. Yeah, Cornerstone not hitting for weakness is like an insane debuff for no reason. Right. 210 hit points is not nearly enough. You have to have Bravery Charms on like all these suckers for sure. And then not to mention your board is just filled with these 210 hit point two-prizers. Like, right? Like, this is terrible. Yeah. It's like the Ogerpon deck is like hilariously just so much worse than Future Box. Kind of comparing apples to apples. Both Future Box and the Ogerpon deck are kind of these toolbox decks that can hit for weakness. But the Future Box deck just seems so much stronger and has so many more good things going for it than these guys. Right? So. All right, so that's my take on the Ogerpon. Cool. Let's carry on. That's it for the grass, dudes. Let's move on to the fire Pokemon. Sorry, Ninetales. Not cutting it. Magcargo EX wins the award for silliest looking EX Pokemon from Twilight Masquerade, but that's about all it's getting rewarded for. This is not a very good card. It's got 270 hit points and 2 attacks. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ground Burn can do a lot of damage, okay? That doesn't mean that it's good. Just because Magcargo EX can do 420 damage does not mean that it's a good card. Ground Burn costs 2 fire and a colorless energy. It does 140 damage, and each player discards the top card of their deck. The attack does 140 more damage for each energy card you discarded in this way. So, if you discard an energy off the top of your deck, and your opponent discards an energy off the top of their deck, then woo! We do 420 damage. Yeah. Okay. Sure. But that requires a lot. First of all, you've got to get 3 energy onto your Magcargo EX. How are we going to do that? And don't say Charizard EX, okay? Charizard EX is just better off without Magcargo. You're coping really hard if you want to put this in your Charizard EX deck. So what are our other options? You could play it with TM Turbo Energize. You could play it with Magma Basin. Sure. You could play it with Armor Rouge. Okay. But those are good options for getting 2 energy into play, not 3. If you attach an energy from hand and use Magma Basin, that's 2 energy. Getting 3 energy onto Magcargo EX will be a pain. And then, after getting 3 energy on your 270 hit point 2 prize Pokemon, then you got to figure out how to get a basic energy on top of your deck and also pray that your opponent has an energy on top of their deck. Do I need to keep talking about it? This is a bad, bad, bad card. Charizard EX could have friends. Charizard EX has no friends. It turns out Charizard is the best attacker in the Charizard deck. Am I wrong? Charizard's the best attacker in the format, let alone the only friend that Charizard needs is Radiant Zard. That's it. Why is this Torkoal so bad? Why won't they just make a good Torkoal? Huh? What are you afraid of, creatures? Why won't you just make Torkoal great again? I don't know that it was ever great to begin with, but why won't you just make Torkoal worth playing in my Fire Gym Leader Challenge deck, please? Infernape is a new Stage 2 Fire Pokemon with a fun ability, Fire Dancing. This ability allows you to attach a basic Fire Energy and a basic Fighting Energy, or one of each from your... Infernape is a fun new Stage 2 Pokemon with a nice ability, Fire Dancing. It allows you to attach a basic Fire Energy, a basic Fighting Energy, or one of each from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. I don't think that this will be enough to power up cards like Magcargo EX. If you've got some sort of fire deck fever dream in your mind and Infernape seems like it's the answer, I can pretty much assure you that it's not. And you're better off just playing Charizard EX in standard format, okay? So Infernape, not built for standard format, in a format with Charizard EX, which is just the best energy accelerator, the best attacker, the best deck in the format. In Gym Leader Challenge, however, where Rulebox Pokemon are banished and not allowed to be played, Infernape has more legs. Fire Dancing, getting you 2 energy from your hand into play a turn, can help charge up powerful attacks. It's pretty neat for that. There aren't a lot of Fire Gym Leader Challenge attackers that can use both fighting and fire energy, but the fighting energy could fulfill any colorless attack costs that fire attackers have. Unfortunately for Infernape, this card doesn't jive super well with the best fire support Pokemon, which is Charizard from the Pokemon Go set, which doubles up all of your fire energy in play. Charizard from Pokemon Go would have no effect with the fighting energy that Infernape accelerates. So I don't think that this Infernape is all that great. Its attack Scorching Fire does 200 damage, and you have to discard an energy from this Pokemon in order to use it. It's just okay. Okay in Gym Leader Challenge, doesn't solve fire by any means, and pretty much unplayable in Standard. Chi-Yu, bad. Let's see these guys. Nope, bad. Call for Family Litwick is nice. Chandelure, all right. Chandelure is one of those Pokemon that always gets cards that are like almost good. They're all readers, like you read all of them. They're always interesting, but they're never really great. It's a shame, really, because Chandelure is one of the coolest ghost Pokemon in the Pokemon universe. This Chandelure has a very Chandelure amount of HP, 130 hit points for a Stage 2 Pokemon. This needs to stop. It is 2024. Why do our Stage 2 Pokemon have 130 hit points? It's ridiculous. But I digress. Its ability, Inviting Light, says once during your turn, you may use this ability. Each player draws a card. And then its Mind Ruler attack does 30 damage for each card in your opponent's hand. If you have 4 Chandelure in play, then you get to draw 4 cards a turn while also giving your opponent 4 cards, right? So then Mind Ruler could do a decent chunk of damage. If your opponent has 10 cards in their hand, you're doing 300 damage. And it's not too hard to see how you could boost your opponent's maybe 6 or 7 card hand up to a 10 card hand. The fact that its Mind Ruler attack only costs 1 fire energy does mean that it will be easy to attack with, but ultimately I think that a card like Tinkaton is just better than Chandelure, since Tinkaton does more damage for the amount of cards in your hand and is not dependent on your opponent, not playing around your strategy in order to do lots of damage. Some decks don't play a lot of hand shuffling cards, right? Like Lost Box decks don't. Chen-Pao Baxcalibur decks don't really play any cards that put their hands back into the deck. Maybe one Iono. So Chandelure could hilariously punish those decks for never resetting their hand, but I think Tinkaton EX is probably just a better strategy than Chandelure at the end of the day. This is a mill deck in disguise, yeah. And if you want to... if you want to build like a mill deck, just use Great Tusk. I mean, Great Tusk doesn't really need any Stage 2 friends, okay? It's too difficult to set up a Stage 2 to warrant, making your opponent draw an extra card. Funny enough, I do think that this Litwick from Twilight Masquerade is probably the new optimal Litwick in Fire-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. It's got the Call for Family attack. And I will say, it does feel like Creatures has been kind of dropping more useful attacks on little baby guys like Litwick. I don't mean actually baby Pokemon, I mean like little guys. It seems like Creatures has been dropping useful attacks on little guys like Litwick more often lately, or maybe I'm just noticing it more often because I like playing Gym Leader Challenge, but this change is definitely noticed and appreciated. Okay, let's talk about the water guys, shall we? Any cool water guys worth talking about? Crawdaunt. Man, why are so many Pokemon cards just bulk? Why are there so many bad Pokemon cards? I know I just got done saying that there's been more useful cards printed lately, but there also, man, there are so many bad ones. There are so many bad cards. I want to give someone the snip snip. Yeah, snip snip is bad. Yeah. Deep chill. Beckon. No, right? Like, no, you're never actually going to use that. You're always better off just using Regieleki. Like in standard, Regieleki's better. In Gym Leader Challenge, water control, like, it's just not worth talking about. Like, yeah, maybe you could use this in a water control GLC deck, but that's like fringe of the fringe. It's just not worth it. Walking Wake. I don't think this guy is even worth talking about, but right? Like 9 damage, 180. Like, who cares? Just not worth it. Cramorant 120 spread. Probably not worth it. These are all like maybe water. Oh, the Froakie goes with the Greninja. I mean, okay, so this is like a good. We'll talk about. Ooh, sorry, bopping the mic. We'll talk about the Froakie when we talk about the Greninja EX. I know. Why does Creatures hate Walking Wake, huh? And there's Palafin. Yeah. There's a couple interesting new water single prizers. First up is Cramorant. It's got the Spit Shot attack, which requires that you discard all energy from this Pokemon, and the attack does 120 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. This card could be played in water-type Gym Leader Challenge decks that use the Rain Dance style abilities like Frostmoth's Ice Dance or Baxcalibur's Super Cold ability to rainwater energy onto Cramorant, and then in Gym Leader Challenge format, you could pick off your opponent's bench sitters and support Pokemon with Spit Shot. I actually kind of like this card as an option. A lot of Water Gym Leader Challenge decks are playing the Kyogre that could do 180 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, but Kyogre requires 4 energy, and Cramorant only requires 3, so it's pretty good for that. Walking Wake is an ancient single prizer with 130 hit points and the Cleaving Wave attack, which costs 2 water and a colorless energy. It allows you to put up to 9 damage counters on this Pokemon, and the attack does 20 damage for each damage counter you put on the Walking Wake. So you could do 180 damage for 3, but then over the course of 2 turns, it knocks itself out. This just doesn't really seem very good to me. There are other better water attackers, unfortunately, and people in the chat have pointed out that they keep doing Walking Wake dirty. How come we never get any good Walking Wake cards? And don't tell me that Walking Wake EX is any good. It's not. Oh, thank you, Groyle, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Love Poliwrath. Great classic Pokemon from the original 151 Pokemon. The best Pokemon, if you ask me. A certified Gen 1er. Poliwrath has 170 hit points and the Jumping Uppercut attack, which costs 2 colorless energy. It does 120 damage, and you can do 120 more damage. If you do, you shuffle Poliwrath and all cards attached to it back into your deck. This is interesting and worth talking about because it's probably one of the most powerful hit and run style attacks ever printed. A 240 damage hit and run attack could be pretty gnarly if you're able to build up Poliwrath after Poliwrath and maybe use Jumping Uppercut to deal damage. With a double turbo energy, you're doing 220 damage for just 1 energy attachment. And then you get to preserve that double turbo energy again by tossing it into your deck. You could promote a difficult Pokemon for your opponent to deal with, like Mimikyu. The thing that this deck feels like it's missing is a doll or a substitute or something like that. If the Poliwrath deck had a Lily's Polka Doll where you could hit and run into a card that didn't give up a prize card, that would be the dream. And I think that this kind of strategy would really benefit from that. Without a doll or something that doesn't give up a prize card, I feel like it's just going to be a little bit too much. I mean, you're asking to continuously build up a stage 2 attacker turn after turn while your opponent has access to cards like Prime Catcher and Boss's Orders. They can chase down your Poliwhirl and Poliwag as you try to evolve them over and over again. I mean, there's something here. I think that it's worth noting. This is the strongest hit and run attack that I've ever seen, but it is a lot to set up and maintain, and it really would benefit from a card that doesn't give up a prize card when it gets knocked out. Snorlax Doll? Yeah, Snorlax Doll doesn't cut it because you can only... I mean, the Snorlax Doll can't, retreat, right? What made Lily's Polka Doll so insanely good is that at any point, you could always take the Lily's Polka Doll from the active spot and put it on the bottom of your deck. So if your opponent didn't attack the Lily's Polka Doll, you didn't have to discard it or get rid of it. You could just reuse it later. And that is just such a good quality of this card, the fact that they preserve themselves when you don't use them. But with a card like Snorlax Doll, if you want to get the Snorlax Doll out of the active spots, you have to discard it, which is just bad, right? Because you want to preserve those dolls. Also, Snorlax doll, you have to start it in your opening hand in order to put it into play, which severely limits the amount of Snorlax dolls that you're going to be able to use in a single game. So Snorlax doll, just not worth it, unfortunately. Any other water guys? Let's see. Okay. We got a new Melodic with the Tranquil ability, which reads your opponent's Pokemon in play and the cards attached to them cannot be returned to their hand. So this is like the anti-Professor Turo scenario card, the anti-Penny card. Your opponents cannot pick up their Pokemon and heal them and put them into their hand, which is situationally useful. Are you going to bother setting up a stage 1 Pokemon that evolves from the 30 hit point Phoebus in order to put this effect on your opponent? Probably not, but the effect is here in case it ever becomes incredibly relevant. It does seem like Creatures is kind of doing things that take little shots at Charizard. I mean, they've printed very direct counters to Charizard, like powerful grass attackers that are clearly meant to one-hit KO Charizard, but something like Melodic is useful in that it stops Charizard from being picked up with Turo's scenario, but is that really going to be what we do to try and stop Charizard? Probably not. Probably just better off one-hit KOing those things so that Turo's scenario doesn't really come into play. I have been begging for a reprint of a card like Shrine of Punishment. Shrine of Punishment dealt 10 damage to GX Pokemon between turns. It was a stadium card and really helped single prize decks to keep up with the massive GX Pokemon that reigned during the Sun and Moon era. And Frostlass seems like it really fits that bill well. It's got the Freezing Curtain ability, which says during Pokemon checkup, put 1 damage counter on each Pokemon in play with an ability, both yours and your opponent's, except any Frostlass. And what's crazy about Freezing Curtain is that it stacks. So if you have 2 Frostlass in play, that means 2 damage counters to every Pokemon in play with an ability. If you have 3, that's 3. 4, that's 80 damage every time you pass turn. It's 4 damage counters on the way out, 4 damage counters on the way back. And that is a lot of damage. I mean, just think about the fact that so many decks play low HP Pokemon with abilities. You're going to be just melting cards like... You're just going to be melting cards like Manaphy. Come on. Manaphy, Comfey, Jirachi, Bibarel. Yeah. You're going to be just melting cards like Manaphy, Jirachi, Comfey, Bibarel, Bidoof. All of these Pokemon with abilities, Freezing Curtain will just knock them out over the course of a couple of turns. So this ability is inherently very powerful, but since it does damage your own Pokemon in play with abilities, it does limit the kinds of Pokemon that you can play alongside Frostlass. For instance, you're not going to be able to play Frostlass with the Bibarel engine, as you will knock it out very quickly. You won't be able to play Frostlass with your own Manaphy to protect from Radiant Greninja, unless you want to, I don't know, put Bravery Charms on your Manaphy or maybe a Hero's Cape or something to try and make it really big so that your Frostlass doesn't knock it out too quickly. So you will always have a little bit of a weakness to spread style attacks, as you can't play abilities to prevent your opponent from using those attacks. But Freezing Curtain is incredibly powerful, and Freezing Curtain is incredibly powerful, and dang, yeah, you could play with Banette. That's crazy. Freezing Curtain is incredibly powerful, and I think this ability certainly will see play. You could play Frostlass with Devolution TM. Just imagine letting Freezing Curtain accumulate damage on a Charizard EX over the course of a couple of turns, and then using Devolution TM to devolve the Charizards and knock them out when the Charmanders are revealed. You could play Frostlass with Banette EX to item lock your opponent and then let Freezing Curtain deal residual damage while your opponent is stuck, unable to play their item cards. I think that Frostlass has a lot of potential, but finding the right partner for Frostlass will be a little bit of a challenge since you can't play any of your own Pokemon with abilities alongside Frostlass effectively. Glalie combos the new Glalie combos with the Frostlass really well. It has the damage beat attack for 1 water energy. It does 20 damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. So you could rack up damage with Freezing Curtain and then use damage beat to finish off that Pokemon once it has a bunch of damage counters on it. Maybe Frostlass decks will play like 1 Glalie, but I imagine that more often than not, you'll probably want to evolve your Snorunt into Frostlass. So Glalie seems like a good option to have, maybe as a one-of, but I don't see a lot of Glalie being played in these decks. All right, guys. This Palafin EX, this thing's crazy, all right? It's crazy. This is just a crazy card. And it feels like Twilight Masquerade has got a lot of crazy cards in it. This thing's crazy for a whole bunch of reasons. First of all, look at that HP total. Palafin EX, 240 hit points. That means that it cannot be knocked out by a Charizard EX. It clears the 330 damage that Charizard EX can do at the end of a game. 340 HP is a massive HP total. It's also got the Giga Impact attack, which does 250 damage for just 1 water energy. You're going to be one-hit KOing every basic Pokemon EX and Pokemon V for just 1 water energy. Are there any basic Pokemon EX with over 250 hit points? I don't think so, right? Are there? Blood Moon Ursaluna has like 260. All right. Almost every basic Pokemon EX and every basic Pokemon V for just 1 water energy. And you could boost that 250 damage to... This is just a lot to deal with. 340 hit points, a 1 energy attack that does 250 damage. But there is a catch. Palafin EX has the Hero's Spirit ability, which says that you can only put this Pokemon into play with the effect of Palafin's 0 to Hero ability. So, let's see what that is. Palafin has the 0 to Hero ability, which says once during your turn, when this Pokemon moves from the active spot to the bench, you may search your deck for a Palafin EX and switch it with this Pokemon. Any attached cards, damage counters, special conditions, turns in play, and any other effects remain on the new Pokemon. If you switch to Pokemon in this way, shuffle that card into... If you switch to Pokemon in this way, shuffle that card... If you switch to Pokemon in this way, shuffle this card into your deck. So, that's a lot. But basically, if you move Palafin from the active to the bench, you get to swap the Palafin with a Palafin EX. So you have to switch it to the bench. But then if you want to attack with Palafin EX, it'll be on your bench. So then you have to switch it back to the active spot if you want to attack with Palafin on the same turn that you used the 0 to hero ability. Now, fortunately, this is a lot of pivoting and moving around, but there is also a Finizen that is standard legal that really helps with all of this. Finizen from Obsidian Flames has the Valiant Evolution attack, which costs 1 water energy, and you switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, and then search your deck for a card that evolves from this Pokemon and put it onto this Pokemon to evolve it. So you can get a turn 1 Palafin with Valiant Evolution, which is super good, and then you have to put the Palafin into the active spot and then move it back to the bench in order to turn into Palafin EX, and then move the Palafin EX back into the active spot in order to use its very broken and powerful attack, Giga Impact, for 250 damage. So that's a lot. And the question is going to be, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it possible to consistently get Palafin EX online and into play and attacking? You could play it with Dunsparce. Palafin into Duns. Right? You need so many. I'm just kind of like trying to conceptualize. All right. So let's think. Realistically, we've got what? There's Switch. There's Switch. There's Jet Energy, but you probably don't want to play Jet Energy. Switch Cart doesn't do it. Escape Rope is rotated. Bird Keeper is gone. What are the Switch? There's Prime Catcher and Switch. Right? And then there's a new Switch card. Boomerang Energy. No, that doesn't do it. That actually doesn't boomerang very much. Okay. Kieran, switch your active Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. Okay. So clearly they want you to Kieran. And there's Scoop Up Cyclone. Woo! And Kieran boosts. Whenever the active Pokemon's card's attached, you takes damage from an attack move and energy from the attack Pokemon when your opponent's bench Pokemon. That's pretty funny. And Scoop Up Net. Or Scoop Up Cyclone. But you probably don't want to play Scoop Up Cyclone. Because, like, you don't want... You'd rather just... No, you'd rather play Prime Catcher. I think you, like... You want to play Prime Catcher, right? I think it's Prime Catcher. You play Belt? Really? With all the switching that you need, you're not playing Prime Catcher? And then Turo plus Valiant? No, Turo stinks. You're going to want to play the Kieran guy. The Kieran card is good. And then, who cares about one-hit KOing Charizard? They can't even one-hit KO you. Who cares? You just use Kieran and then Prime Catcher the Pidgeot. Zard can't do 340 anyway. Yeah, and you don't ever want to pick this guy up. You don't ever want to scoop this thing up because then you have to redo Hero Spirit, and you never want to do that. Wait, Zard could play Kieran. Sure, I guess. I think Palafin's nuts, actually. I think this card is crazy. 250 damage for 1 energy. And then you got to switch it every time it attacks. All right, so then you've got Gengar too, right? I mean, you could play a stage 2. Ain't no way I'm playing a stage 2 Pokemon. That ain't happening. All right, what about the Dunsparce? One string turn. Wait, so like you switch into Dunsparce and then you use the runaway draw. Yeah, I think you just do this. You just do the Dun. You play switch into Dun, then you use the ability, and then Dunsparce has free retreat too. Yeah. This is just the best. This is the best thing that you can do. Yeah. You do those. And then you have a draw in. You have a draw ability. Yeah. You don't want to put, I don't think in this deck that you want to put like other liabilities in play. You want to force your opponent to deal with a 340 hit point Palafin. You don't want like other low HP. I think even the fact that we're talking about it this much just means that this card is good. Yeah. I think that this Palafin card is just way too strong to fail. 340 hit points is crazy. Giga Impact, 250 damage for 1 energy. That's crazy. You just got to solve the issues with setting this deck up. And I think that it's possible to do that with ample switch cards and maybe the Dunsparce draw engine. I really like the Dunsparce in combination with Palafin EX because you can play a switch and switch into Dunsparce and then use Dunsparce's runaway draw ability to, move it out of the active spot and draw you 3 cards, and then you can promote whatever Pokemon you want. So you effectively turn 1 switch into 2 switch effects with Dunsparce while also drawing cards. And I really think that the Dunsparce has a lot of promise with Palafin, especially because the Dunsparce has free retreat. So that means that you can easily pivot into a Palafin. You can easily pivot into a Finizen for a turn 1. What is it? Man. Since Dunsparce has free retreat, you can easily pivot into a Finizen for turn 1 Valiant Evolution, and then you'll be able to swap that Palafin into Palafin EX with the 0 to hero ability pretty easily, I think. I mean, this is going to be a very mobile deck. You can play Dunsparce to Dunsparce, 4 copies of Switch. You can play Prime Catcher. You can play the new supporter card, Kieran, as well. And I think that Kieran is going to be a major buff. I think Kieran is going to be a major player in this Palafin deck. It's a new supporter card that allows you to choose one of two different effects. You can either switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, or you can make it so that during your turn, your Pokemon's attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon EX or Pokemon V. So Kieran was very clearly designed with this Palafin EX deck in mind. Not only does it give you the very needed switch outs that you need, it also allows you to boost your 250 damage attack up to 280 damage, which will clear all Pokemon V-Star and the very popular Pidgeot EX. I see Palafin EX getting paired with Prime Catcher as the A-Spec, though there are a bunch of different options you could choose from. I like Prime Catcher the best since it will allow you to do things like Kieran to boost your damage output and Gust, a Pidgeot EX, in the same turn. It also doubles as a switch card, making it so that you can reset your Giga Impact attack or maybe use the Zero to Hero ability effectively. And you could play Maximum Belt. I mean, with Maximum Belt and Kieran, you could one-hit KO a Charizard EX, but I already think that you're going to have a decent Charizard EX matchup, especially if you play heavy Gust counts. You could chase down your opponent's Rotom V. You can chase down your opponent's Pidgeot EX with Kieran and Prime Catcher, and then all you have to do is figure out one Charizard EX and you win the game. And Charizard EX, keep in mind, cannot one-hit KO a Palafin EX without a damage buff. And even with damage buffs, they cannot KO a Palafin EX unless you have one prize card remaining, unless the Charizard EX deck is playing Maximum Belt. And I don't think that they will be playing Maximum Belt, as most Charizard EX decks are playing Prime Catcher right now after Tord and Liam's major tournament wins with Prime Catcher Charizard. So I think Palafin EX is very well poised. It's a super low maintenance attack. A huge, huge Pokemon. There's just a little bit of juggling required to get this thing into play, but I think once you get some Palafin up and rolling, this will be a very tough deck to stop. Thank you, Horsey, for that sub and the 56 months. Wow, thank you. Come on. You got to believe in the Palafin deck, guys. You got to. The Palafin deck is so sick. Palafin is bad? No, you're tripping. This card is nuts. Look at it. Look at it. 340, 250. Come on. The numbers are too high. The numbers are too high. They're too high, bro. Old man cringe. I'm writing that in my book. All right, I have a book now where I write everything down. All right. Everything off the wall that chat says, I'm keeping them honest. I got my little book now. All right, old man cringe. That's going down. All right. In the book with you. Old man cringe says 25 gifted subs. If Palafin EX top 4 a major. Yeah. I started doing this in my little notebook because chat always likes to pull up every time I said something that didn't end up coming to fruition or didn't age well. Chat loves to read my receipts. So now I am keeping track of chat's receipts. so that when chat is wrong or says something crazy, then I get to I get to pull out the receipts on chat. So this is my receipts notebook. Yeah. It's my receipts. I just made it up the other day. I decided this is my receipts notebook. There we go. Good old receipts. Why should chat be able to be like, I remember when you said Ancient Box was gonna be bad? Yeah, well, you know what? Now it's only fair. If I'm like, hey, chat, remember when you said Gardenia's Vigor was gonna be good? Yeah, didn't age well. Did it? Hey, chat, remember that time you said Palafin EX would never top 4 a major? Huh, didn't age well. Did it? Love it. Totally unhinged, I know. But isn't that just content? That's what content is. Why is this Luxray EX the ugliest CGI 3D model Pokemon card that I've ever seen? Why is it so ugly? Luxray is like a cool Pokemon. But this is not it. No. Ain't no way. Nah, this Luxray. Listen, there are cool Luxray cards. Now that is a proper Luxray. This Luxray is a Bamf. Y'all remember Bamf? Yeah. This Luxray right here, this is a Bamf. This Luxray is a Lamph. Okay? That's L-A-M-F. Lamph. No, bro, no. This Luxray is not instilling fear in anybody. It looks like, I don't know, an animatronic from Five Nights at Freddy's or something. This is a proper Luxray. Anyways, Luxray EX. Seems like Creatures really loves printing Luxray cards lately. 310 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Piercing Glint. Costs 2 colorless energy, does 120 damage. You get to look at your opponent's hand and discard 1 card you find there. That is pretty good. I mean, Luxray V was played for its attack that allowed you to discard a trainer card from your opponent's hand. This just allows you to discard any card from your opponent's hand. And it does 120 damage, so you can knock out Pokemon like Comfey. You can knock out a Cramorant. You can actually knock some things out with Piercing Glint, or set up your opponent's Pokemon that maybe is a little more difficult to knock out for a follow-up Volt Strike for 250 damage. You do have to discard all energy from this Pokemon, but Piercing Glint and Volt Strike together are pretty powerful. Hand Disruption is always good, especially after cards like Roxanne or Iono, and the new Unfair stamp. So I think that this Luxray has got some potential. Piercing Glint could be used for just a double turbo energy. Volt Strike, though, does require 2 lightning energies, so you'll have to figure out how to get those lightning energy onto Luxray in order to fire off some big Volt Strike attacks. It is a stage 2, though, which, is going to make life a little bit hard for Luxray. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth getting this stage 2 Pokemon into play? Is it better than Charizard EX? Yeah. Tough to be a stage 2 Pokemon out here, isn't it? Hi, Shinx. How you doing? Luxio. Easily the coolest of the 3. Why does Shinx look so stupid? Why does Shinx look so silly and Luxio look so cool, and then Luxray looks so silly again? Okay, I don't know. Emolga is a new basic lightning Pokemon with free retreat. It's got the Skywave attack, which does 10 damage and 10 damage to each bench Pokemon for 1 colorless energy. I don't think that it's worth it to deal damage to all your own Pokemon while only dealing 10 damage to your opponent's Pokemon in return. Back in my day, we used to have Flying Flip, okay? On Tapu Koko. Back in my day, we used to Flying Flip with a double colorless energy. Okay? 110 hit points, free retreat, a metal resistance. Cards like Emolga just looking really weak in comparison. Kilowatt Troll. Dang. Bamf alert. Yeah, this Kilowatt Troll, also a Bamf, gotta say. It gets the Bamf check. Look at this bird. I mean, my goodness. Man, this card is very bad, though. Goodness, not even worth reading. That is a sad day, isn't it? Yo, can taking? Don't we already know the meta from Japanese tournaments? No, because this set is not legal yet. It's not even released in Japan yet. The Mask of Change set comes out next Friday in Japan. So Japan will have these cards for about a month before they're released internationally. So yeah, there will be some period of time where they have them before us. As it is right now, Japan only has Crimson Haze, which is 50% of our Twilight Masquerade set, but not all of it. So we have an idea of what some good cards from half of Twilight Masquerade will be. But honestly, the format that Japan's playing right now, we will never have. We will never have an international standard format that has Crimson Haze but not Mask of Change. But that's what Japan has right now. They get smaller sets. So yeah. Like, we have an idea that Blood Moon Ursaluna is really good. We have an idea that Unfair Stamp is really good. Yeah, for sure. But then also taking like the meta from Japan doesn't always end up translating internationally. Like for the same exact format, the deck that ended up winning Japan's first major was Lugia V-Star, and the deck that ended up winning our first majors was Charizard. So like, it doesn't always translate 1-to-1. The meta translate 95%? No. Do you know how much Tusk Mill was winning in Japan? No. It does not translate 95%. No. I'm not going to get stun locked on that, but it's not a 95% translation. No way. You can't defend saying like, you could be like, oh, the meta translates 95%. And then I give you an example of something that didn't translate. And you're like, oh, well, that's because their format's different over there. Which is why it doesn't translate. It's why. It was one of the reasons why it doesn't always translate. All right, anyways. One of the many reasons. I've also noticed that for the most part, Japan really loves to just play with new cards. Like, regardless of whether or not they're good or not. Japan love to play with like the new gimmicks. They just love to. And they'll play with all the new gimmicks. Regardless if they're good or not, they'll take them to their city leagues. They'll play the crap out of them. They just love playing the new gimmicks to play the new gimmicks. So they'll play all of them. Whereas like internationally, we don't do that as much. We don't play to have fun, okay? They do. Internationally, we stopped having fun a long time ago. Oh, I mean, Japanese lists are always good reference. For sure. But what I'm saying is that the meta doesn't just like get served up to us. The meta game does not get served up internationally on a platter solved from Japan. That's not really the way it goes. We do always have an idea, usually, but there have been some points. There have been. Is that an energy drink? No. It is a calorie-free, 100% natural ruby red grapefruit seltzer. This vitamin water also does not, that's not an energy drink. This is vitamin water, all right? It's got a little caffeine in it, but that's not an energy drink. It's not. It's got like what? Maybe 70 milligrams of caffeine max. That ain't squat. Listen, I was crushing like 2 Celsius a day, okay? This is like nothing. Yeah, when I was addicted to energy drinks, I was I was drinking like 2 Celsius a day. So like, yeah, I'm on coffee and I let myself drink those vitamin waters, but that's not like, trust me, it's been a tough road. How did I quit? Cold turkey. And I drink coffee now. Yeah, Celsius has 200 milligrams, yeah. You just got to tell yourself, yeah, you got to just do coffee instead, right? Espresso, honestly, if you're like looking for a transition from energy drinks to like, I mean, I have no will to quit caffeine. but I wanted to get off of energy drinks because they're addicting, and and they got a lot of stuff in them too. It's just I was looking to simplify, right? So and I'm 35. I mean, so like I did energy drinks from teenage all the way to 35, and it's like I now, and I'm asking myself, am I really gonna be 50 pounding the Celsius twice a day? Like, am I really gonna, like, no. At some point, I was gonna have to. No, I use a little creamer in my coffee, a little bit, but I actually prefer espresso. So I'll do like a double shot of espresso in the morning with like a seltzer. And that's like my go-to. And that'll get me through the whole day. And the thing is, like back when I used to pound Celsius, I would have like a huge crash in the afternoon. Like around 3 p.m., I'd be like barely functional. And I'd have to get another energy drink to re-up. I like espresso because if I drink too much coffee, it kind of like, I got acid reflux, so I can't drink like too much coffee. So the espresso, I just like toss the shot back, and then I can drink the drinks that I like to drink, which are like seltzers. Yeah. So, and the espresso doesn't give me like a crash, and coffee doesn't give me a crash either. So I'm like, so I don't need to like. I know espresso has higher acidity than regular coffee, but I don't have to drink as much, right? I mean, it's really just like a little. You just drink this little bit. Like, yes, it's more acidic, but I just drink a little bit. Whereas, like, if I'm drinking coffee all day, like this, it's a lot. Some people can handle energy drinks and just have like one a day for sure. Or just use them sparingly on days that they need them, right? I wish that were me, but I'm like an energy drink addict. Yeah, dude. There was a point in time where I knew I was in a bad spot when I was drinking like 2 bangs a day. That was the worst I was ever. I was at like 2 bangs a day. Good God. 2 bangs a day? That's 600 milligrams, dog. I knew it was bad because, like, you have the first bang in the morning, 300 milligrams straight to the noggin, and you feel invincible. And, like, all day, you're like, I could see through walls. I'm getting so much done. And then, like, 3 p.m. hits, and you're like, oh, man, I need a little something, man. I just need a little. I need a little. So then I'd go in on the second bang, and I'd be like, I'm just going to drink half of that. This is how bad it was. I'd be like, I'm just going to drink half the second bang, you know? I'd be like, I'm just going to get, and then slowly, as I was drinking half the second bang, I'd be like, I'm going to save the second, I'm only going to drink 1.5 bangs, you know? And then you get like 1 2/3 bangs. And then I'd get to like 1 3/4 bangs. And then I'm like, all right, I got to stop, bro. I gotta stop. Yeah. So, well, that's what I'm saying, Pokenova. I knew I always had to quit. So finally I've quit. I'm done. I'm done with that. And it's just like, and honestly, the come down was only bad for a day or two. I mean, it's like you have like 1 day, 2 days max where, and it's like, because you're not quitting caffeine. I'm just quitting energy drinks. So, like, you know, it was pretty easy to transition to just coffee. That's fine. But now I can get through an entire workday on 1 cup of coffee, no espresso now, which is like, was unheard of for me. It was unheard of for me, like, before when I was addicted to energy drinks. That was just, and also, what a money sink, dude. I mean, my God, when you're out here buying 2 energy drinks a day, God, I mean, you're talking like, dude, those things are low-key $3 a pop. It adds up. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be on just coffee now. I just feel much more at peace with my daily routine, that's for sure. Wait until you realize the money sink that Pokemon cards really are. Ah, that's fine. They're investments. They're investments. Oh, the Pokemon cards. That's so different. Yeah. They're investments, guys. But yes, seltzer has been like a huge, and thank you, Horsey. Thank you, Mike the Giant. Thank you. Seltzer water has been like a big thing because you could drink. It's like pop or it's like soda or whatever, but you could drink as many as you want a day. Like, dude, it's like once you get acclimated to the taste of seltzer, it's like this little treat that you can have, and it's actually healthy to drink more. Like, if I drink like 4 of these a day, that's great. I'm staying hydrated. Oh, I'm a huge Liquid Death fan. Yeah, for sure. I've liked these polars, though. The polars are just like kind of no nonsense, no marketing, just good flavor. Yeah. I love it. It's so refreshing. I know. It is. All right, am I stupid? Who is Stackataka? Who are you? Reveal yourself. My own sub. When did you change your name to Stackataka? Who are you? How did you become Stackataka without me knowing? Trey, have you always been Stackataka? You were not, because you were Trey No Y for the longest time. When did you become Stackataka? I probably should have noticed this a long time ago. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate you letting me know. Like a week and a half ago? Okay, all right, that's not bad. That's a week and a half ago. All right, I'm not that out of it. This is the first I'm seeing. a week and a half. I was going to be really embarrassed if it was like a year. Like, hey, bro, I changed it last year. Thank you, JB Gamble, for the sub in the 56 months. No, a week and a half ago, I've had a crazy week and a half. I was in Baltimore. I was in London. I was all over the place. All right, sick. You were going to wait until, or if I ever acknowledged it. Well, this is me acknowledging it. Yes, Stack Attack. All right, great. I was going to say, I'm not that out of tune, but all of a sudden I see a moderator Stack Attack, and I'm like, all right, who switched it up? Who switched it up? Somebody's switching it up. Got it. Cool. We've got Trey now as Stack Attacka. What motivated the Stack Attacka, Trey? Are you a big Stack Attacka fan? It's kind of a unit. You really think about it. Also extremely underrated.
got bored of your old user and love Stack Attacka. That's sick. Yeah, Stack Attacka kind of sick. Ultra Beasts were cool, man. All right, anyways, let's move on with the review, shall we? Got a new Zapdos card coming up. Single prizer with 120 hit points. And the Thunderbolt attack, which does 190 damage. You do have to discard all energy from this Pokemon. This isn't really going to see any play in standard format. But in Gym Leader Challenge, it is a card worth considering. Because Lightning-type decks in Gym Leader Challenge format have a tough time dealing 190 damage. Many attackers deal about 120 to 140 damage. But Thunderbolts can easily clear some of the biggest attackers in GLC for 2 lightning and a colorless energy. Lightning Gym Leader Challenge decks do usually play the Dynamotor buddies, the Dynamotor friends, the Dynamotor twins, Flaffy and Electric, which means that you can recharge the energy that you discarded with Thunderbolt easily and get the, attack going turn after turn. You would have to switch the Zapdos to your bench to charge it back up if Zapdos didn't get knocked out, but usually these Lightning Gym Leader Challenge decks do play a bunch of switch outs, so that usually isn't a problem. But the biggest problem is that you won't be able to play Zapdos from Team Up if you're playing this Zapdos. Zapdos from Team Up with its Thunderous Assault attack is a great 1 energy attack and a fast lead that most Lightning decks really lean into. So going without Zapdos from Team Up to accommodate for this Zapdos is a decision you'll have to make when building your Lightning Gym Leader Challenge deck. But it is certainly something to weigh, because 190 damage is a lot. And even being able to paralyze on a coin flip for 1 lightning is not bad either, making this card a halfway decent lead. This Morpeko is pretty cool. It's got 70 hit points and the Snack Search ability, which allows you to look at the top card of your deck and discard it if you want to. Its attack Pick and Patch allows you to attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your... The seltzer coming back to bite me. I'm sorry. Little burp there. Its attack Pick and Patch costs 1 lightning energy and allows you to attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way you like. This card seems okay. You could play it in Lightning Gym Leader Challenge decks to accelerate energy onto bigger attackers like Amazing Raikou. You could even attach a grass energy from your discard pile to your Amazing Raikou to get it going. Generally, I think TM Evolution is just better than a card like Morpeko since you can attach. Generally, I think TM Turbo Energize is better than cards like Morpeko since TM Turbo Energize is a tool card that you can just attach to whoever you happen to open. But, Morpeko does have the Snack Search ability. Could be nice for manipulating the top card of your deck. Seems fine. Apparently, this Morpeko is seeing a little bit of play in Japan alongside Rotom V-Star. Apparently, this Morpeko is seeing a little bit of play in standard formats in Japan alongside Rotom V-Star. Rotom V-Star takes tool cards from the discard pile and puts them into the Lost Zone to deal a lot of damage with its Scrap Pulse attack. That attack also costs 2 lightning energy, so
being able to charge lightning energy into play would be quite good. And then Snack Search could be an additional way to get tool cards into the discard pile. So that's kind of a fun little strategy. I don't see it being a meta-worthy strategy going forward, but it is a cute and fun little deck, and there is some synergy there between these cards. In my opinion, the most powerful new lightning card from Twilight Masquerade is by far Iron Thorns EX. It's got 230 hit points. It's a future Pokemon, and it has the absolutely wild Initialize ability, which makes it so that while this Pokemon is in the active spot, Pokemon with a rule box in play don't have any abilities. So it's an ability locker while it's in the active spots, and it shuts down all abilities from Pokemon with a rule box, except for future Pokemon. So that means that Charizard EX cannot use Infernal Rain. That means that Charizard EX cannot use Infernal Rain. Pidgeot EX cannot use Quick Search. Gardevoir EX cannot use whatever Gardevoir EX's ability is. Come on, chat. Help me out here. I don't want to look it up. You know it. Gardevoir EX cannot use Psychic Embrace. Radiant Greninja cannot use Concealed Cards. Chenpao EX cannot use Shivering Cold. Chenpao EX cannot use Shivering Cold. So many different Pokemon. Man. Chenpao EX cannot use Shivery Chill. So many different powerful meta Pokemon cannot use the abilities that they rely on so long as Iron Thorns EX is in the active spot. And since Iron Thorns EX is a future Pokemon, you can play it with various future cards like Future Booster Energy Capsule and Techno Radar. Iron Thorns' attack, Bolt Cyclone, costs a lightning and 2 colorless energy. It does 140 damage, and you get to move 1 energy from this Pokemon to one of your benched Pokemon. Since Iron Thorns EX was released in Japan's Crimson Haze set, Japanese players have been playing with Iron Thorns legal for their major tournaments in the last month or so. Most notably at the Aichi Champions League, which took place from April 13th to 14th, Iron Thorns EX was the highest placing new archetype from Crimson Haze, placing 9th out of thousands of players. This is the deck list that finished 9th place right here, and as you can see, it is just a Iron Thorns EX disruption deck, complete with Crushing Hammer, Airy, TM Devolution, Calamitous Wasteland, Judge, all of the most heinous disruption cards you could possibly imagine in one deck. What a beautiful sight. And this list is only playing for Iron Thorns EX. So that means that the opponent has no opportunity to break that Initialize ability. They can't gust out of the ability lock because the only Pokemon in the deck is Iron Thorns EX. I think Iron Thorns EX is awesome. It's got a lot of potential. And the fact that it's going to be 2-hit KOing a lot of Pokemon while locking down abilities, you've got powerful disruption trainers, Airy, Crushing Hammer. This card has a lot going for it, and I think has a lot of potential in our Twilight Masquerade formats. Cool. Yes, sir. One Mimikyu walls the deck. Look again. Canceling cologne. Look again there, partner. Farigiraf is the new Psychic Stage 1 Pokemon with 140 hit points. It's got the medium Rumble attack, which does a medium amount of damage. It does 40 damage for each Stage 1 Pokemon you have in play. Oh, I lied. Whoa. This attack is actually just way better than I thought it was. Farigiraf is a new Psychic-type Stage 1 Pokemon with 140 hit points and the medium Rumble attack, which costs 2 colorless energy and does 40 damage for each of you. Oh, wait. I can't read, bro. I thought it said each Stage 1 Pokemon in play. And I'm like, whoa, it counts the opponent's Stage 1 Pokemon? That's broken. All right, I can't read. Anyways, take 3. Farigiraf is a new Psychic type Stage 1 Pokemon with 140 hit points and the mid Rumble attack. It does 40 damage for each of your Stage 1 Pokemon in play. It's just not a lot of damage. Yeah, if you have 6 Stage 1 Pokemon in play, you can do 240 damage for 1 double turbo energy. If you have double turbo energy, it's 220 damage. But you got to have 6 Stage 1 Pokemon in play. And honestly, you'll never have 6 Stage 1 Pokemon in play because as soon as your opponent takes a knockout, then you have to put a basic down, and that basic won't have a chance to evolve into a Stage 1 until the following turn. So usually you're going to be doing maybe 100, 60 damage. Maybe, what are multipliers of? Usually you're going to be doing about 100 and, 4 times 5. Yeah. Usually you're going to be doing about 180 damage if you have 5 Stage 1 Pokemon in play and a double turbo energy attached. So maybe you could play Farigiraf with Xatu, right? And use Xatu's Clairvoyant Sensibility to accelerate psychic energy. And then you could do 200 damage, without double turbo energy. I think that Farigiraf is just a little underwhelming, but I guess it does pair pretty well with Xatu. Xatu's a Stage 1. It draws cards. It accelerates energy. Okay, there's probably something halfway decent there. That is not how you spell that. Come on, get me there. Get me there. Yes. Okay. You could play the single prize Farigiraf alongside Farigiraf EX, which does take psychic energy in order to attack and can't be damaged by attacks from basic Pokemon EX. But honestly, Farigiraf EX isn't good, so I don't think that this single prize Farigiraf really elevates Farigiraf EX to the playable realm. These abilities have never been good, and they're not getting good now. Screamtail EX is a psychic ancient Pokemon with 190 hit points and the sudden shriek attack, which costs 1 colorless energy. You can use this attack only if you go second and only during your first turn. I hate attacks like that. During your opponent's next turn, they can't play any supporter cards from their hand. Okay. I mean, all right. Sure. So you could stop your opponent from playing supporters, which would stop them usually from setting up unless their hand is loaded, but you have to have the Screamtail in the active spot, and you have to have an energy attached to it. And then what are you doing? Crunch does 120 damage, and you can discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon for a psychic and 2 colorless energy. When I see attacks like Screamtails, I am immediately reminded of Gengar and Mimikyu Tag Team GX with its Horror House GX attack. I mean, this is a powerful attack. It made it so your opponent can't play any cards from their hand during their next turn. And then, if you had an extra Psychic, you could force them to draw up to 7 cards and then punish them with a huge Poltergeist for a lot of damage. Gengar and Mimikyu Tag Team GX was used for its Horror House GX attack to buy a turn while you set up Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, which needed a turn to evolve. So it's possible that you could play Screamtail EX to try and buy an extra turn so that you could set up a more complicated strategy on the following turn. I'm not going to totally discount Screamtail EX, as this could have a strong effect on the game if you pull it off consistently. But I'm not really seeing the vision at this moment in time. And it's true that when Gengar and Mimikyu GX was released, it was not originally a good card. It only became powerful once the right partners emerged for it later on in its life cycle. So maybe there will arise a situation where Sudden Shriek is a good attack and worth playing Screamtail for just in case you go second. Maybe. Monkey Dory is a basic psychic Pokemon with the Adrenaline Power ability, which allows you to move up to 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. That's awesome, except you can only use that if you have a Darkness energy attached to your Monkey Dory. That's terrible. It's funny how just that little requirement can turn ability from being awesome to terrible. Just like that. A card like Radiant Alakazam is just better for manipulating damage. Yeah, you don't get to move damage from your guys to your opponent's guys with Radiant Alakazam, but at least you don't have to attach a Darkness energy to it in order to use the ability. Your energy attachment for turn is such a valuable resource. Wasting your energy attachment for turn by attaching a Darkness energy to Monkey Dory just seems like not worth it. Pheasantipede is a basic psychic Pokemon with 120 hit points and the Adrenaline Pheromones ability, which makes it so that if this Pokemon has any Darkness energy attached to it, and if any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks, flip a coin. If heads, prevent that damage. Now, this is actually kind of an interesting ability, unlike the Monkey Dories, which is completely terrible. Making your Pokemon invincible on a coin flip is good half the time. And then its attack, Energy Feathers, does 30 damage for each energy attached to this Pokemon. So you would have to have a whole bunch of energy attached to your Pheasantipede, and one of them would have to be a darkness energy so that you can unlock its adrenaline pheromones ability. You could play Fezandipity in a Gardevoir EX deck, right? Gardevoir EX has already proven that it is a top contender in standard formats. And you could play Luminous Energy or even basic Darkness Energy to attach to Fezandipity and then deal a lot of damage with Energy Feathers and make your Fezandipity have a 50% chance of not getting KO'd. I think it might be worth playing one of these in your Gardevoir EX deck because denying prizes is just so huge, and it already kind of jives with the fact that you're playing Bravery Charm and Hero's Cape in your Gardevoir EX deck to make your Fezandipity really big so that you can stack more damage counters on your Fezandipity with Gardevoir EX. Well, Fezandipity also jives with the fact that Gardevoir EX decks are already playing the tool cards, Bravery Charm, Hero's Cape, stuff like that, to make their basic Pokemon bigger so that they can take more energy from Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace. You could load a lot of energy onto your Fezandipity if it had a Hero's Cape attached to it, right? If you have 10 energy on Fezandipity, you could do 300 damage with Energy Feathers. I don't think that'll ever happen since Gardevoir decks aren't even playing that many Psychic Energy these days, but the option is there. And even without a tool card attached to it, you could still do up to 150 damage with the Gardevoir Psychic Embrace accelerating energy onto it. Since you can put 5 Psychic Energy if you attach 1 from hand, then that's 180 damage, which is 2-hit KOing just about everything in the Pokemon TCG. All right. All right, we are making our way through. Sure enough. I'm going to take a quick break and, kind of clear my throat and make sure that I get some water so that I'm not, getting too raw on the vocals here. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, but we'll be able to power through the rest of this. We're doing a good job. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes with the final portion of the Twilight Masquerade set review. Hang tight. I will be right back.
All right, we're back. Let's go. Guys enjoying this smooth lo-fi jazz? Dang. No idea I was going to be leaving you guys with this sultry jam. Man. Crazy. All right. New Taylor album just dropped. Where My Swifties At? I can't do it. I can't do it. Much respect to all the Swifties out there. I'm glad you guys, glad you guys found something that you love and enjoy, but I think I'm a little bit of a hater. I tried listening to, I'll tell you, the song I tried listening to, this morning on my ride to work, I tried listening to, because I was looking at the set list, or the song list. I tried listening to the song, I Can Fix Him, and then in parentheses, no, really, I can. And I was like, well, that's funny. And then I got like halfway into that song and was like, man, this is atrocious. I just can't. It's just not for me. It's not to me. It's not to me. It's not for me. Not for me. That's okay. And that's okay. That's okay. Music is very subjective. It's to each their own. I respect everybody who, big Swifties out there. That's great. It's just, one of my best friends, Michael Zealy, huge Swiftie. He's probably been to like 4 Era Tour concerts. Like, since, yeah. He's been to like 1 million of them. But just can't do it. Nah, the new Drake did. That stuff is like, dude, you got like, and I know I'm lackadaisically making my way through the set review today. We'll get there. All right, it's not too much left to do. But listen, as someone who, for the last, probably since 2015, I'd say probably from 2015 to 2023, rap was my most listened to genre of music every year. And I have like a lot of different interests in like music. I mean, I really love alternative and rock music too, but just like rock music was kind of at a, there's not as much exciting new alternative and rock to listen to being released. I think there is now, but like it's kind of going through a little bit of a renaissance. But rap fell off. I'm going to be honest with you. Rap fell off. Yeah, bro. Rap fell off. Rap is kind of dead, bro. Yeah, rap fell off. And I say that as someone who loves rap. I do. But rap fell off. Yeah. Rap is like, listen, we got all these like old washed rappers trying to like cling to former glory and starting fake beef. It's terrible. It might be that like the age that I've gotten to where I'm like, maybe so, but also there just isn't really a lot of quality stuff being put out. There really isn't. It's not. Young Thug was the last rapper that I was like really excited about, and he's in jail, man. And now it's like Future's old and washed, Drake old and washed, Juice WRLD died, Lil Peep died. It's bad. It's bad, man.
I've tried listening to NBA YoungBoy. I know all the kids like NBA. It's just not for me, man. It's like that's all for the kids. It feels like it's music for like 18-year-olds. Gambino, the last rap album that I liked was the Melodic Blue. That was probably like the last rap album that I was like, this is a good album. And it was like okay, you know. It wasn't even like incredible or anything. It was just it was all right. But like honestly, like lately, yeah, rap fell off, bro. Yeah. So, I don't know, and I'm sure rap will go through a little renaissance again, but like all the major players. And it also just feels like the formula is kind of like worn out, right? The kind of, yeah, it feels like the rap formula is kind of worn out right now. And like, unfortunately, two of the most exciting artists that were like innovating, Lil Peep and Juice WRLD, died, right? Like they're two of the youngest, most innovative talents that are like, nah, I never was into Action Bronson. I don't like him very much. I've tried listening to Ice Spice. I never really liked Ice Spice. I tried listening to Megan Thee Stallion. God, every time Megan Thee Stallion does the thing, I can't. Really, I didn't even notice it until Natalie pointed it out. And then Natalie pointed out the thing. And now I can't unhear it. And every time Megan Thee Stallion is like doing her bars and then she just throws the in the middle, I'm like, oh my God, I can't do it, bro. I can't. It's so nasty. And it's great. You know, people like it. Great. Good. You know, but I can't unhear it. Thank you, YRG, for the Prime sub in the 14 months. And I was a huge Run the Jewels fan. I don't think music needs to be gendered like that. Oh, you can't say like, oh, that music's not for guys. Like, sure, why not? You know, I liked some of Nicki Minaj's old stuff, and I like, you know, I've heard plenty of girl rap that I liked. I was a huge Run the Jewels fan. But then I didn't even think that, like, honestly, Killer Mike's like new album Michael, which won all those Grammys last year, wasn't that good. It was like fine, but it wasn't like it swept all the categories at the Grammys, and like honestly was like a pretty mid album, right? And I'm like a huge Run the Jewels fan. I've like seen them in concert, all that. But you know, I thought the new Michael album was okay, but it didn't like excite me like that. Yeah, I just didn't. So anyways, yeah, rap kind of fell off, bro. I even like listened to old stuff that I used to really love, like like Lil Uzi fell off, bro. Listen, I got plenty of time. We're fine. I already released a video today, so all I need to do is be wrapped up in 2.5 hours. I can do that. Like, Lil Uzi completely fell off. I think I used to really like Lil Uzi. Yeah, anyways. We'll get to it. I'd be ranting. And I think at this point, like, I kind of spent so much of the last 8 years. I've spent so much of the last 8 years of my life listening to rap music that now I'm actually just really refreshed to be switching it up. I've just, you know, this is my
alternative era is coming back. Yeah, this is my alternative era. Anyways, let's go. Fighting Pokemon, we did our psychic Pokemon. Cool. Fighting time. There's a neat little Hisuian Arcanine. There's a neat new Hisuian Arcanine with 130 hit points, and the free attack, Proud Fangs, does 30 damage plus 90 more damage. Man. There's a neat new Hisuian Arcanine that has the free attack Proud Fangs, which does 30 damage plus 90 more damage if your bench Pokemon have any damage counters on them. This set seems like it's going to be a great boost for fighting Gym Leader Challenge decks. There are quite a few good fighting type Pokemon that deal damage to your own bench. And the fact that Hisuian Arcanine can easily slot into those decks while not actually taking an energy to attack is just phenomenal. Proud Fangs does 120 damage, which can knock out lower HP threats in Gym Leader Challenge formats. And then if you attach a Muscle Band to Hisuian Arcanine, you could do 140 damage. It's not the most amount of damage, but the fact that you can use this attack for free, and the fact that there are already good fighting attackers that damage your bench, and you could just slot this Hisuian Arcanine right into the deck, I really like that. And I think that this is going to go great with Earthquake attackers like Donphan from Vivid Voltage. Probopass. Nah. One at KO hands. Okay. In standard format, Hisuian Arcanine could be a tech that can one-hit KO Iron Hands. You would have to get damage on your own bench, which is not impossible, but I think there are probably other more reliable, less complicated ways to counter Iron Hands in standard. Yeah, no, absolutely not. We also got Hawlucha with the prize count attack, costs 2 fighting energy, and does 50 damage plus 90 more damage if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent. And God knows you'll always be doing 140 damage with Hawlucha in Gym Leader Challenge format because you'll always be losing with your fighting deck. This is by far my favorite new fighting Pokemon from Twilight Masquerade. Sorry, Greninja EX. I know a lot of people excited about Greninja EX, and we'll get to Greninja EX, but Ting Lu is that guy. This card is very strong. It's a basic Pokemon with 140 hit points and the Ground Crack attack, which costs 1 fighting energy and does 30 damage. If there's a stadium in play, the attack also does 30 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Then you discard the stadium. Ting Lu is perfect for fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Spread is a very good strategy, and spreading 30 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon for just 1 energy on a basic is phenomenal. There is no other card in Gym Leader Challenge format that spreads this much damage for this little amount of energy on a basic Pokemon. There is another fighting type Pokemon that has a very similar attack.
Palo Sand from Silver Tempest is a stage 1 Pokemon with the Sand Pot Trap attack, which costs 1 fighting energy and does 30 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon. The problem with Palo Sand is that it didn't really have a partner to help spread damage with. So after your opponent knocked out Palo Sand, you couldn't keep the spread pressure going without recovering Palo Sand from the discard pile, getting it back into play, and using Sand Pot Trap again. But now with Ting Lu, you have 2 different ways to be able to spread 30 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon. Ting Lu and Palo Sand together are going to form the backbone of a very potent spread strategy for fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Ting Lu can single-handedly decimate entire darkness, lightning, and colorless setups. I mean, you're knocking out Dynamos, you're knocking out Mareeps, you're knocking out Coughings, you're knocking out Minchinos, all sorts of stuff for just 1 energy while spreading damage onto their benches. And you can play Focus Sash with Ting Lu and Palo Sand, make them really difficult to knock out. There are so many. It's really encouraging to see some strong single energy fighting Pokemon. It's really encouraging to see some strong 1 energy fighting Pokemon attackers like Ting Lu getting printed. It feels like fighting is kind of already leaning into that strategy, and Ting Lu plays perfectly along with the spread fighting strategy with Palo Sand. I personally am very excited to get cooking with my new Ting Lu fighting deck. Another crazy single prizer for those fighting Gym Leader Challenge decks. Ogie Dogie has 130 hit points and the Okie Punchy attack, which does 70 damage for 2 fighting energy. That all is very unimpressive. However, it's got the Adrenaline Power ability, which reads once during your turn if this Pokemon has any darkness energy attached to it. Why is it worded like that? I'm going to word it however I want to. It's very underpowered. Let's see. Yeah, because why would it say once during your turn? It wouldn't say. It'd just be like, so long as this Pokemon has any darkness energy attached to it, it gets 100 more hit points and does 100 more damage. Yeah, I think it was probably like a copy and paste deal, right? Probably, yeah. So, another awesome new fighting Pokemon for fighting type Gym Leader Challenge decks. We've got Ogie Dogie. It's got 130 hit points, and its Okie Punchy attack does 70 damage for 2 fighting energy, and that is not very good. But it's got the Adrenaline Power ability, which makes it so that as long as there's a darkness energy attached to Ogie Dogie, it gets plus 100 hit points, and its attacks do 100 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Meaning that, man, I'm losing it. Meaning that Ogie Dogie with a darkness energy attached has 230 damage, and the Okie Punchy attack, which will be doing 170 damage for 2 energy. Now, something that a lot of people get confused is that they think that Ogie Dogie would need 3 energy attached to it in order to actually use Okie Punchy, right? 2 fighting energy and then a rainbow or something like that. But you can actually use Aurora energy or Luminous energy or a blend energy and 1 fighting energy, and that rainbow energy will accommodate for the darkness energy requirement and the fighting energy requirement. It'll simultaneously power up Ogie Dogie's Adrenaline Power ability and qualify as the fighting energy to satisfy Oki Punchy's 2 fighting energy requirements. The reason people get this confused is because a card like Aurora Energy reads, as long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides every type of energy, but only 1 energy at a time. And people think that the 1 energy at a time means that it can only provide fighting or darkness at the same time, which is not what it says. It says it provides every type of energy, but only 1 energy at a time, which means that it simultaneously counts as fighting, darkness, fire, water, grass, all that at the same time, but only 1 single energy. So that means that, it doesn't provide 8 different energy. It's kind of obvious, but it does have to say it. So it only provides 1 single energy, but that 1 energy counts as all the different kinds of energy. So if you have an Aurora Energy attached to Okidogi and a fighting energy, your Okidogi will be dealing 170 damage and it'll have 230 hit points, which is awesome for fighting Gym Leader Challenge decks. I mean, this is just a huge, basic, heavy hitter that can take huge one-hit knockouts, deny KOs in return. It is certainly worth putting 2 energy on this thing to be able to deal that much damage and soak hits without getting 1-hit KO'd necessarily in return. I am very excited about Okidogi and Gym Leader Challenge. I think it is going to be a card that is certainly worth playing. I don't think that this card is as valuable. I don't think that this card is necessarily as good in standard formats. I mean, Lost Box decks just kind of have better fighting answers right now. And that really seems like the best way to accelerate energy onto Okidogi and standard would be with like Mirage Gate. You could put 2 fighting and a darkness onto it and deal 170 damage to 1-hit KO. Just about anything that is weak to fighting. So sure, that is an option. I mean, having a basic Pokemon with 230 hit points and only giving up 1 prize in a Lost Box deck would be pretty crazy. So maybe this thing does see some play in Lost Box decks. It is certainly an option, but I think it will make more of a splash in Gym Leader Challenge format. Okay, we got this guy. Affected by a special condition. That's okay. This Conkeldurr is kind of fun. It's got the Gutsy Swing attack, which does 250 damage for a fighting and 3 colorless energy. But if this Pokemon is affected by a special condition, you get to ignore all energy in this attack's attack cost. So a free attack, but your Conkeldurr has to be affected by a special condition. Thankfully, there's a very easy way to make sure that your Conkeldurr is affected by a special condition. What's his name? What's the guy? Not Curry. Brutus. Brutus has the Toxic Powder ability, which makes it so that if it has an ancient... Brutus has the Toxic Powder ability, which allows you to make both active Pokemon poisoned if Brutus has a booster of the ancient variety attached to it. So all you need is a Brute Bonnet, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and then you can poison the defending Pokemon and your Conkeldurr, which will allow you to do 250 damage for free. But wait, there's more. If you have a Radiant Hisuian Sneasler in play, then you get to place 2 more damage counters on your opponent. Then you get to place 2 more damage counters on your opponent's poison Pokemon between turns. So with the poison dealing 3 damage counters and your Conkeldurr dealing 250 damage, ta-da. You're dealing an effective 280 damage for free. All you have to do is consistently set up a stage 2 single prize attacker. And then there's also what's the stadium that makes it is it in this set or the next set? The jungle? Is it already out? It already exists, huh? It was in Temporal Forces? That's crazy. All right, cool. And then if you really want to get nasty with it, you can play Perilous Jungle and put 2 more damage counters on your opponent's poison non-darkness Pokemon between turns. So that's like 300 damage. How will your opponent possibly win? Your Conkeldurr also takes more. That doesn't matter. Your Conkeldurrs get knocked out every single turn regardless. All right, fine. We can finally talk about Greninja. Let's do it. I think I saw a Greninja here somewhere, right? There we go. Is this 14th place from a city league? Oh, no. Wait. Do we got any Greninja finishes? Does Greninja EX have any finishes? All right. It's doing bad in Japan. And this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, you know, people in Japan, they're playing Greninja EX. People in Japan are playing Greninja EX. It's one of few city leagues even. I mean, we see Greninja EX paired with Pidgeot EX. That seems to be the most successful variants that we're seeing out of these city leagues, but there's a whole bunch of different ways to play Greninja EX. This one has Arceus as a partner with Pidgeot EX. That's pretty cool. This one apparently has Palkia V-Star and Baxcalibur. This one apparently has Origin Form Palkia V-Star and Baxcalibur and Chenpao and a 101 Greninja EX. Here's a Comfy Greninja EX deck. Here's a Lost Box Greninja EX deck? Here's a Charizard Greninja EX deck. But it does seem like the most successful Greninja EX decks are the ones that are keeping things simple and just playing Pidgeot EX as a consistency booster. Greninja EX is a new fighting type stage 2 Pokemon with 310 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Ninja Blade, costs 1 water energy and does 170 damage. It allows you to search your deck for any card and put it into your hand. And then Duplicate Barrage costs a fighting and 2 colorless energy and requires that you discard 2 energy from this Pokemon, and the attack does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So you basically have Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, the Stage 2 edition. And this one has got everybody's favorite starter Pokemon, Greninja, on it. Ninja Blade costing 1 water energy, dealing 170 damage is super good. I mean, it 2-hit KOs just about everything in the Pokemon TCG and allows you to consistently grab what you want from your deck. Combined with Quick Search and Pidgeot EX, you could be searching your deck for whatever 2 cards you want every turn, which will allow you to kind of pick apart your opponent's strategy and set up cool win conditions with Duplicate Barrage. Duplicate Barrage is obviously stopped by Manaphy, but with Ninja Blade and a Pidgeot EX, you could easily search your deck for a Canceling Cologne and then bring up your opponent's Manaphy, Canceling Cologne, and then Duplicate Barrage to knock out the Manaphy and something else, or even just 2 other Pokemon on your opponent's bench. So this seems like a very versatile card, but Greninja EX did not have a top finish at the Aichi Champions League. So at the biggest tournament hosted in this Crimson Haze format in Japan, which Greninja EX was legal for, it did not have any placements. So even though this card has had some decent results at city leagues, is it just because Japanese players like Greninja EX, or maybe they just like toying with the new strategy? Or is it going to be a sleeper top deck in our Twilight Masquerade format? I'm not as sold on Greninja EX being a powerhouse. I think it's a card that could maybe see some select success in formats where it makes sense. Maybe if hitting for fighting weakness ever becomes like the thing to do in standard. If the BDIFs are fighting weak, Greninja EX will certainly be one of the strongest fighting type options. But that's just not really the case right now. It's all about hitting for grass weakness and dealing with Charizard EX. And Greninja EX doesn't inherently do those things. I think this card has got some decent options, and it is a cool, and it is I think it's a well-designed card. I just don't think that it's going to be like a tier 1 deck on release. I think it'll just be okay. Yeah, I think that card's mid, honestly. I'm going to say it. Greninja EX, it's kind of mid. But Greninja EX is kind of mid. But mid decks win tournaments all the time. Yeah. Not mid decks win tournaments all the time, guys. It happens. But the card's not that good. But cards that are not that good win tournaments all the time. I'll go on record as saying that I think that Palafin EX is way better than Greninja EX. There. Palafin EX will top 8 a regional before Greninja does. Bet. What do you think? Is that cap? All right, let's do a vote. Let's do a vote in the chat. All right. Well, now I'm curious to see what chat thinks. Which deck has a better chance to top 8 NAIC? Is it Greninja EX or Palafin EX? What do you all think? Greninja EX or Palafin EX? Which card has a better chance of top 8ing NAIC? We really got some Greninja EX believers out there. I said better chance. Not that either of them will, but which card has the better chance? Even if neither of them do, one of them has to have a better chance of doing it than the other. So. Man, we got a tight race here. 44% of the vote for Greninja EX, 53. Oh my gosh, Palafin's lead is shrinking. I can't wait to audit all of you Greninja EX believers. I can't wait. Oh, I'm going to be swimming in your tears. Yes, I'm going to be... Yes, all you Greninja believers when Greninja stinks. Yeah, you know, I mean, predicting the future is hard when it comes to the Pokemon TCG. Things surprise me. Things change. I was wrong about a card like Battle VIP. I thought Battle VIP Pass sucked. Man. That was probably my worst take of the last couple years. I thought Battle VIP Pass was terrible. And to be fair, I hate what Battle VIP Pass did to the game. Greninja EX wins. 51% of respondents think that it has a better chance of top 8ing NAIC than Palafin EX. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, to be fair, Battle VIP Pass was the worst best card, and I still hate it. It's a terribly designed card, but you know, the format got to a point where you just had to play it. So. But then I'm right about cards all the time. Just say I am. I make correct predictions all the time. Nobody wants to talk about those, though. People just want to talk about all the times that I forget about stuff where I was wrong. But I'm right about cards all the time. Yeah, but what about Ancient Box? You weren't very right about Ancient Box. But I was right about Raging Bulk. And I was right about Incineroar. And I was right about Torterra EX. I mean, I was right about a lot of those cards. But not about Dinobox. You were wrong about that. Yo, Raging Bolt has not top 8'd anything so far. I was at least correct upon release. I at least was spot on release. Iron Hands EX did Iron Hands EX did outpace Ancient Box at EUIC as well. So the future deck did outplace the ancient deck at EUIC. It did. It did. Now, I was too hard on the ancient decks. They actually have a lot going for them. But I'm pretty confident here. I think, dude, these guys, this deck's going to stink. I mean, straight up. That deck's going to stink. And if I'm wrong, you know what? If I'm wrong and like, and the mask deck is like sick somehow, then I'm not even going to be mad that I was wrong. I'm just going to be excited. Because, man, how cool is that? But I have to call it like I see it. And, man, this looks terrible. All right. The bear. Got a dragon. All these darkness Pokemon stink. 90 more damage for each of your bench. What? This Mightyena does what? Pack. This Mightyena does what now? Pack Outing does 30 damage plus 90 more damage for each of your bench Mightyena. So what you're saying is if I've got 4 Mightyena in play, 3 on the bench, then I'm going to be doing 300 damage for 1 darkness energy. All I have to do is have all 4 Mightyena in play. No problem. Except for the fact that you'll never have 4 Mightyena in play. Especially without the Phantom Transformation Zoroark. It feels like, man, Phantom Transformation Zoroark was never as good as we knew it could have been, right? Like that card had so much potential, and Phantom Transformation Zoroark would go so well with this Mightyena. But since you can only play 4 Poochyena, that limits the amount of Mightyena you'll be able to have in play. So at most, you'll probably only have 2 or 3 Mightyena in play, which means you'll usually be doing about 210 damage, which is much less exciting than the 300 that you can potentially do. Even a Ditto Prism Star. Man, Ditto Prism Star would be sick. Oh, no darkness Pokemon in the Crimson Haze set. That's pretty funny. Okay. Okay. Let's do metal. This Aggron is pretty neat. 180 hit points in the Angry Slam attack, which does 50 damage for each of your Pokemon that has any damage counters on it. So, if all of your Pokemon have damage counters on it, and you have 6 Pokemon in play, you can do 300 damage for, just 1 metal energy. You could play Aggron with Dodrio or the Gengar that, pops itself out of the discard pile. Kind of like you would play a Hisuian Zoroark V-Star deck, but then you have to set up this Aggron, right? And Angry Slam. You could also pair Aggron with the Steelix that has an Earthquake attack, which deals 30 damage to all of your bench Pokemon. And then you could Angry Slam. So maybe Aggron Steelix is the angle. Unfortunately, as cool of a card as this guy is, I think that attacking with single prize stage 2 Pokemon, if you're going to be attacking with a single prize stage 2 Pokemon, that card better be broken. I mean, just full on broken in order for it to be playable in standard format. I mean, just look around standard format. The format is dominated by Charizard Pidgeot. I mean, if you're evolving a stage 2 Pokemon into play, it's got to do something game-breaking, like accelerate 3 fire energy into play and be able to do 300 damage and have 330 hit points. Or search out whatever card you want out of your deck every single turn. Or accelerate as many water energy as you want from your hand into play so that you can one-hit KO things with Chien-Pao EX. No, I don't think that this card's any good. This Heatran is super gnarly looking. It's got 140 hit points and the incandescent body ability, which says that if Heatran's in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, the attacking Pokemon is now burned. That's a nice little residual damage effect. We don't always get to see burn come into play in the Pokemon TCG. Almost never, actually. To the point where I barely know what the burn special condition does. And I don't think that I'm the only one who has that problem. It's got the Steel Burst attack, which costs a metal and 2 colorless energy. You discard all metal energy attached to this Pokemon, and the attack does 50 damage for each card you discarded in this way. Unfortunately, this attack is just kind of high maintenance and wasteful. I mean, you could play it in a Metang Dialga deck, but I think that Zamazenta with the Revenge attack is just a better single prize attacker, as it doesn't have to get rid of the energy, still does 220 damage. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, the Heatran that does 160 damage if it has a fire energy attached to it is just the stronger attacker. So even though this is probably one of the dopest Heatran arts I've ever seen, the card itself doesn't really hold up. And then, holy smokes, what is this? We've got new dragon Pokemon. This is crazy. It feels like we have been starved of dragon Pokemon. It feels like we've been starved of all dragon Pokemon for the first half of the Scarlet and Violet block. And even here, we're getting just a few, but they're all really good. And we just got news that there's going to be a special dragon exclusive mini set, we just got news that there's going to be a special dragon-themed mini set releasing sometime this year, which means that there are more good dragon Pokemon on the horizon. Dragapult EX is the kind of big new dragon Pokemon from Twilight Masquerade. It's got 320 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Jet Headbutt, does 70 damage for colorless energy. And then its second attack, Phantom Dive, very much kind of continues what Dragapult VMAX was so known for, dealing damage and also spreading some damage to the bench. Phantom Dive does 200 damage for a fire and a psychic and allows you to place 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. This is a really gnarly attack and does exactly what Dragapult VMAX did, but better, while giving up less prizes and having no weakness, which is huge. A 320 hit point stage 2 Pokemon with no weakness that can take multiple knockouts at the same time by spreading damage to the bench and dealing 200 damage to the active spots. This is a phenomenal card. If only there was a really good stage 1 Pokemon that Dragapult EX could evolve from. Wait, what the heck? Dracloak has the Telling Spirit ability, which allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one of them into your hand, and the other one on the bottom of your deck. This is Airmail, Dragon style. And I love to see it. This Dracloak is going to be the backbone of the draw engine in any Dragapult EX deck, helping you to churn through your deck while not wasting resources in the process. You get to look at 2 cards, keep one, and put the other one on the bottom of the deck. So if you see a valuable card that you want to put away for later, you get to just put it on the bottom of your deck, keep the most relevant card for the situation at hand. And with multiple Dracloak in play, you'll get to dig, 4 cards if you have 2 Dracloaks. You'll get to dig 4 cards if you have 2 Dracloak in play, 6 cards if you have 3 Dracloak in play. A very strong ability. This ability is so strong that it's also going to change the way Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks function. Previously, the only consistency draw engine. Previously, the only consistency support Pokemon that Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks had access to were Gabite with its Dragon Call and Dragonite with its Fast Call. Now, there is I guess you've also got the Regidrago with its... Previously, the only consistency support options that Dragon had in Gym Leader Challenge format were Gabite with its Dragon Call ability, Dragonite with its Fast Call ability, and then there's the Regidrago, which can fill its hand to 4 cards. Dracloak adds a much-needed consistency boost to Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks. Even just seeing an additional 2 cards a turn can make a huge difference. And the fact that this card has 90 hit points, it's level ball searchable, it can be set up with Gabite's Dragon Call ability. I love what this card means for Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks. And what a beautiful day it is for Dragon fans in the Pokemon TCG. And what a beautiful day for Dragon fans it is in the Pokemon TCG. We've also got Tatsugiri on the way, a 70 hit point basic Pokemon with the Attract Customers ability, which reads, once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may look at the top 6 cards of your deck, reveal a supporter card you find there, and put it into your hand. That is so good. It is so good. It's like a little Pokegear that you get to play every single turn. And you can just put a tool card on your Tatsugiri that allows it to retreat for free. Since it only has a 1 energy retreat cost, you can easily retreat into Tatsugiri and use its Attract Customers ability to help dig supporters out of the top of your deck. In the same way, In the same way that Mew from Celebrations was used to help boost the consistency of decks by allowing you to look at the top 6 cards and choose an item card you find there, Tatsugiri will help decks with their consistency by allowing you to fish supporters out of the top of your deck, which is something that if you ever played the Mew from Celebrations, then you know that there were times where you desperately wanted to grab a supporter card but couldn't, since Mew could only get item cards. Tatsugiri gets those supporters, which is arguably way better than Mew from Celebrations. And we saw how good of a card Mew from Celebrations was in so many decks. I think Tatsugiri is going to be a great consistency option in standard format, and Tatsugiri is going to completely change the way that Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks can be built. Tatsugiri with Jercloak is an entire consistency engine all by itself. With access to the expanded card pool, you can put U-turn board on Tatsugiri to make sure that it always has free retreat throughout the game. Even if your opponent uses Field Blower to remove the U-turn board from Tatsugiri, the U-turn board will go back to your hand, and you could just put it right back down later. In standard format, we've got Emergency Exit board. What's it called? Is it just Emergency board? What's it called? Board. Yes, Rescue board. All right. In standard, we have Rescue board, which is also a great option for the Tatsugiri to allow it to retreat in and out of the active spot, or Beach Court, if you'd rather play that. This card is going to be good, and the fact that it only has 70 hit points means that it can be fished out of the deck. Fished. Get it? With a Buddy Buddy Poffin, which is quickly becoming one of the strongest decks, which is quickly becoming one of the strongest cards in the Pokemon TCG right now. That is a fish, bro. It's literally a fish. And if that wasn't... Man, this set is crazy for Dragon, dude. And as if that wasn't enough good news for Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks, we also have the very first Dragon-type Applin on the way. This Applin changes everything for Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks. Previously, there were only Grass-type Applin, which means that the Dragon-type Flapple from Evolving Skies was not easy to get into play in Dragon-type decks, because in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can only play a single type of Pokemon in your decks. But now we have a Dragon Applin, which is huge, because that means that now we can play the Dragon Flapple in Dragon-type GLC decks. And the Dragon Flapple is a ridiculously powerful attacker in GLC. It's got the Acidic Mucus attack. Which does 50 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability for just one colorless energy. Dragon has always wanted a single energy attacker, and the fact that Dragon decks have to play all these different kinds of energy in order to stream attacks, since Dragon-type Pokemon can't decide what type of energy they want to use. The colorless energy requirement on Acidic Mucus is super, super welcomed. Acidic Mucus will regularly deal 200 damage for just one energy in Gym Leader Challenge, since Gym Leader Challenge decks are just chock full of Pokemon that have abilities, because it turns out abilities are pretty good in the Pokemon TCG. And this Applin isn't just a nobody-nothing guy either. And this Applin isn't just a useless Applin. It's got a Find a Friend attack, which costs 1 colorless energy and allows you to search your deck for a Pokemon and put it into your hand. So that means that it's also a pretty solid starter. I'm very excited about this Applin and what it means for my Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge deck. This Applin evolves into the Dragon-type Diplin, which has 80 hit points, and the Syrup Catcher attack, which costs a grass and a fire energy, allows you to switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and the attack deals 70 damage to the new active Pokemon. This is decent, not as good as the Flapple by any means, but an interesting attack. Now apparently there is the Hydrapple Pokemon, which is, I don't know, going to be getting its own Pokemon card soon. So I'm very anxious to see what Hydrapple brings to the Pokemon TCG. Perhaps we'll be getting our first Hydrapple Pokemon in our upcoming Dragon mini set this year. Whew! Ascension Eevee is back. If there is ever a good evolution, then Ascension Eevee, great way to get that evolution into play. There hasn't been a good evolution in a little while. I think Jolteon VMAX was probably the last really good one, and then it fell off. Yeah, pretty hard. But, maybe they'll print another good evolution again soon. Umbreon VMAX. Yeah, I guess Umbreon VMAX is okay. The Eevee box, I know, right? But those guys are not good. But I saw some people in Japan playing it, but just because people in Japan are playing it doesn't mean that it's good. Okay, here we go. Colorless. We're on the last type. And then we got trainers. Let's do it. One of the most hyped new cards from Twilight Masquerade, and the card that's Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is one of the most hyped new cards from Twilight Masquerade. It's been tearing up tournaments in Japan and gaining results with a whole bunch of different kinds of decks. This card is just incredible. It's got amazing stats. It's being played alongside Arceus decks, alongside Lost Zone decks. Really, any deck can accommodate for this card. It's just that good. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has a ridiculous 260 hit points on a basic Pokemon. I mean, just think about that. 260 hit points on a basic Pokemon. And it has the Elder's Technique ability, which reads, this Pokemon's Blood Moon attack costs 1 colorless less for each prize card your opponent has taken. Blood Moon does 240 damage for the steep cost of 5 energy. But this attack gets better as the game goes on and as your opponent takes prize cards. If your opponent has taken 5 prizes, that means you get to use Blood Moon for free. That's a free 240 damage. If your opponent has taken 4 prize cards, it's a 1 energy, 240 damage. And if they've taken only 3 prize cards, which means that they still might have to knock out 2 Blood Moon Ursaluna to win the game, then you can use the attack for 2 energy, which is very easy to do in a Lost Zone deck. Effectively, what Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has allowed in Lost Box decks is for Lost Box decks to have the best of both worlds and play Radiant Greninja and Blood Moon Ursaluna. Since Blood Moon Ursaluna kind of acts as that big late game hitter that Radiant Charizard was kind of, doing, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX kind of gets to act as that big late game sweeper that Radiant Charizard was kind of doing in some Lost Box builds, but not playing Radiant Greninja always felt so bad in Lost Box decks, since getting those extra 2 cards every turn with concealed cards is just such a big boost for consistency. So now Lost Box decks have more or less just cut Radiant Charizard altogether and now play Radiant Greninja, Blood Moon, Ursaluna EX, and some combination of other strong attackers like Roaring Moon EX for big one-hit KOs or Iron Hands EX to take multiple prizes. And the fact that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is a colorless Pokemon means that you're never going to be struggling to get the right energy onto Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. You could put whatever energy you have access to onto Blood Moon Ursaluna and start swinging for 240 damage. It does have the downside that it can't use these. It does have the downside that you can't attack during. It does have the downside that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX can't attack during your next turn, but Lost Box decks already play a bunch of switch cards, so it really is no problem to switch the Blood Moon back to your bench and then back into the active spot to swing for 240 damage again. This card is sure to be played in a ton of decks in our upcoming Twilight Masquerade formats. This card is going to be probably the most impactful new card from Twilight Masquerade. It is just that good. Yeah, this card's nuts. It's just nuts. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, and you could play like any sort of buffs or whatever, you know? I mean, 240. Yeah, you can reach up to maximum belt. You get to 290. Defiance Band, 270. You can play the new supporter card, which buffs 30. Oh, yeah. It was just like a whole bunch of options there. All right. Blissey. 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 Blissey EX. The massive, gigantic egg Pokemon. Does not disappoint. It's got 300 HP. The largest amount of HP for a Stage 1 Pokemon EX, not named Palafin EX, but, you know, Palafin EX, you have to, like, jump through all those hoops to get into play. You can just evolve your Chansey into Blissey EX, and it is quite a big Pokemon to be dealing with on turn 2. It's got the Happy Switch ability, which allows you to move a basic energy from one of your Pokemon to another one of your Pokemon. This plays into its large HP really well, since you'll be able to Happy Switch energy off of Blissey and then use Sharon's Care to pick up a damaged Blissey and put a Chansey right back down and kind of do this cycling, healing thing, which I imagine this deck does. It's even got built-in draw. Its return attack does 180 damage for 3 colorless energy and allows you to fill your hand to 6, which is really good. 180 damage does 2-hit KO everything in the Pokemon TCG, and most Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG will be attempting to 2-hit KO Blissey EX because it has a massive 300 HP. And the goal of this deck that I'm envisioning will be to try and deny your opponent prizes by healing the Blissey with Sharon's Care or Turo's Scenario, and then you just kind of keep laying them down, moving the energy around, and then eventually win because you have, just returned so many times that eventually all your opponent's Pokemon get knocked out. There's also a bunch of tool cards that could be really good with Blissey EX. You could play the Heavy Baton in case a Blissey does get knocked out to pass. You could play the Heavy Baton in case a Blissey does get knocked out to pass energy back. And you could also play Hero's Cape to give your Blissey 100 more hit points, 400 HP, How's that sound? You could even play one of the new ace specs, like the, like Scoop. You could even play one of the new ace specs, like Survival Cast or Scoop Up Cyclone, or even, let's see, Survival Cast, Scoop Up Cyclone. Those are the two I wanted to say. Yeah. You could even play one of the new ace specs, like Survival Cast or Scoop Up Cyclone, which both pair really well with Blissey 2. This card seems very annoying to play against, and I'm sure some players will be very gravitated. Some players will certainly gravitate towards this kind of defensive play style that the Blissey lends itself towards. Okay. Let's go. I think we're done with the Pokemon. Neato. Time to talk about the trainers. The trainers are always exciting to talk about, but they're even more exciting to review when we got new ace spec cards on the horizon. There are 6 new ace specs coming out in Twilight Masquerade, and probably one of the most hyped new ace spec cards is this Unfair Stamp. This card is gaining a lot of hype because it won the Aichi Champions League, Japan's huge tournament featuring new cards from Crimson Haze. Now, Japan has not been able to play with the new... Now, Japan has not had a major tournament with the new ace specs from Mask of Change, but Unfair Stamp making such a notable probably the most hyped new ace spec out of Twilight Masquerade is the Unfair Stamp item card. This card won the Aichi Champions League and was the second most played ace spec card at that event, trailing only behind Prime Catcher. Unfair Stamp, you can only play it if one of your Pokemon was knocked out by your opponent's Pokemon last. You can only play Unfair Stamp if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. And it makes it so that each player shuffles their hand into their deck. You draw 5 cards, and your opponent draws 2 cards. It's effectively a Roxanne that you can play as soon as your opponent takes a knockout. So, I mean, on turn 2, you could play Unfair Stamp and limit your opponent to a 2-card hand. You gain such a huge card advantage by limiting your opponent to a 2-card hand that early, potentially before they get to set up their strategy or even thin their deck, right? I mean, that's like a major thing. You think about hand disruption is really only as good as, you know, your opponent's deck is filled with bad cards. And the unfair thing about Unfair Stamp is that you can play it while your opponent's deck is still super thick, right? Like they could still have 40 cards in their deck and you Unfair Stamp them to 2. There is a super high likelihood that they don't find the 2 cards that they need off of Unfair Stamp. Roxanne is still a very powerful supporter. Iono is a very powerful supporter, but both of those supporters can only limit your opponent's hand at the end of the game once their decks are much smaller. But Unfair Stamp limiting your opponent's hand at the beginning of the game, potentially after the first knockout is taken, this is a crazy advantage to have early on in a match. And the fact that Unfair Stamp doesn't just limit your opponent to 2 cards, it's also a draw card. It allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 5 cards. And then you could still go on to play a supporter for turn. You could use Unfair Stamp and then Arvin for the card you need to complete a combo. You could use Unfair Stamp and then Research to see 7 more cards. This is a super powerful card. And I thought my initial reaction to this card was that maybe it would be okay, but not worth building a strategy around. But now that I kind of see where this card fits in, just to already established Charizard EX Pidgeot decks, and the fact that those decks can search this card out as soon as they want to and limit the opponent's strategy while attacking with massive 330 hit point Charizards. Yeah, Unfair Stamp is just a crazy ace spec and a card that is sure to see play in our Twilight Masquerade format. Another neat ace spec is the Hyper Aroma item card, which allows you to search your deck for up to 3 Stage 1 Pokemon and put them into your hand. This is cool as it allows you to explosively set up Stage 1 Pokemon. You can Arvin for Hyper Aroma and go get 3 Kirlia. But if we take a look at the Aichi Champions League, a Gardevoir deck, seemingly a deck that would love to play Hyper Aroma, finished in the top 4, and they played, of course, the Unfair Stamp. So I'm not even sure that Hyper Aroma fits into the decks that it would be good in, because there are just stronger options available. I mean, being able to limit your opponent's hand is just stronger than searching out Stage 1 Pokemon, which is something that technically Ultra Ball can do. You could play a card like the Hyper Aroma. You could play a card like Hyper Aroma in Golden Go EX, which instantly turns into a draw card, right? Because you Hyper Aroma for 3 Golden Go EX and then use its bonus, whatever, coin bonus. It instantly turns into a draw card because you could use Hyper Aroma to go search out 3 Golden Go EX and then coin bonus for, and then coin bonus a bunch of times. I just think that Hyper Aroma is a little weak compared to other really powerful ace spec cards that we have in Standard now. Prime Catcher, Lost Box, Unfair Stamp. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I want to, real quick, let's see, Ursaluna, really, the Ursaluna deck, or the Blood Moon Ursaluna is being played. Lost Box decks, it's being played in Lost Box decks, it's being played in, not Arceus decks. I did say it was being played in Arceus decks, but I was lying. Lost Box decks, Lugia decks, not Charizard decks. Lost Box decks, Lugia decks. Gonna be the major 2. Yeah. Cool. So far in Japan's meta, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has been being... So far in Japan's meta, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has been... So far in Japan's meta, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has seen play in Lost Box decks and Lugia V-Star decks. But this card is so versatile, it can get played in any deck. Cool. Just wanted that audio clip. This is a funny looking ace spec, isn't it? Survival Cast, a tool card that I can't imagine actually putting on my Pokemon. Imagine a Wailord wearing the survival cast, okay? Or a Pokemon without arms. Why are there armholes? What do you do with a Weedle that has a survival cast on? Survival cast makes it so that if the Pokemon this card is attached to has full HP and would be knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, that Pokemon is not knocked out and its remaining HP becomes 10. Then you discard Survival Cast. So in some situations, Survival Cast is just strictly better than Hero's Cape. Hero's Cape gives the Pokemon that it's attached to 100 more hit points, but if you're up against a deck that can one-hit KO anything, then Hero's Cape doesn't do squat. So in some situations, so in a lot of situations, Survival Cast is just going to be better, as it guarantees that the Pokemon it's attached to will survive 2 hits. Hero's Cape is a stronger card in some situations because it doesn't get discarded and can easily be reused. Survival Cast does get discarded if the opponent ever hits your Pokemon for enough damage that it would take a knockout. But Survival Cast will probably be played in a very similar... Survival Cast will be played in a similar style of decks that Hero's Cape is, and I expect it to see some play. Man, I'm losing my voice straight up, bro. It is going. These set reviews are long, man. We got it. We can do it. We're so close to being done. I gotta finish. All right. We can do it. What is in the secret box? Secret box is a new ace spec that you can only use if you discard 3 other cards from your hand. So that is a net loss of 4 cards. You have to play the secret boss, and then you discard. You have to play the secret box, and then you discard 3 other cards from your hand. But there is a huge upside. You get to search your deck for 1 item, 1 tool, 1 supporter, and 1 stadium, and put them into your hand. So you pretty much ditch your hand, and then you get a new hand with a bunch of broken cards in it. This card seems really good in combo-based decks that want to have some sort of explosive turn 2 setup. Baxcalibur comes to mind. Imagine grabbing a rare candy, a tool card, an Irida, and a Pokestop, all with your secret box. That seems very good. It also seems good in Lugia. You can go get an Ultra Ball, a tool card, a supporter, whatever one makes sense for the hand you've got, and a stadium. I think that the secret box could be good in a lot of decks, but certainly decks that want to pull off some sort of crazy combo. And the fact that you can search secret box with Arven just makes it all that much better. You do have to discard 3 other cards from your hand in order to use this card. That's kind of tough, because if you have a low hand size, you're not going to be able to play the secret box. And I think that that's one of the things that will ultimately hold this card back. You could play this card in ancient box decks, though the drum is pretty good and counts as an ancient card. I'm sure some deck will play the secret box. It doesn't register to me as being as strong as a card like Unfair Stamp or Prime Catcher, but in some decks where pulling off that quick turn 2 combo is the most important part of the deck, secret box can help satisfy that. Getting a supporter, getting a supporter is so good. But I worry, getting a supporter card with Secret Box is really good, but I worry that you'll have to play a supporter to go get the Secret Box. So then you won't even get to play the supporter card that you get with the Secret Box. It's like a next turn kind of thing. I guess I can think of Secret Box kind of like I thought of Computer Search. I really loved Computer Search during the original A-Spec run. I played Computer Search in a lot of decks. Just discard 2 cards from your hand and go get whatever you want out of the deck. If you kind of think about Secret Box in that way, that Computer Search was really good. And Secret Box is kind of like a mega Computer Search, which can just go get like everything you need. That's pretty sweet. We got another returning Ace-Spec card, the Scoop Up Cyclone. You get to put one of your Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your hand. With Pokemon that have 300 plus HP in standard formats, being able to pick them up and put them back down is very good. We've seen Charizard EX decks with 2 copies of Turo Scenario for just that reason. But I think that Turo Scenario and Sharon's Care existing kind of makes Scoop Up Cyclone a slightly worse card. It's really good if Ace-Specs can do something game-breaking that no other card can do. Like, I don't know. I think it's really good when an Ace-Spec card can bring something entirely... I think it's really good when an Ace-Spec card can bring something entirely new and fresh to your game plan that no other card can do. I'm not sure that a Charizard deck would want to play Scoop Up Cyclone over Turo Scenario. You could just play Turo's Scenario and use your Ace-Spec card to do something totally unfair, like limit your opponent to 2 cards in their hand. So I don't think that Scoop Up Cyclone is going to be the best Ace-Spec. I don't doubt that it'll find a home somewhere. Being able to reuse abilities that are activated when a Pokemon comes into play is really good. And completely healing a Pokemon is also really good. But Scoop Up Cyclone just kind of seems okay to me when compared to the rest of the Ace-Specs in Standard. And then finally, we have got Legacy Energy, kind of like Life Dew, but the energy version. It is an energy that provides a colorless energy when it's attached to a Pokemon. And once per game, if the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, your opponent takes 1 fewer prize card. I hate that this card was nerfed. They intentionally made it so that the Legacy Energy would not be broken. I think maybe they were a little bit too afraid of how powerful Life Dew became. Eventually, in expanded format, you could recycle the Life Dew with Sableye's Junk Hunt attack and use it over and over again. They made it so that Legacy Energy will never have that problem by including the once a game text on it. I think Legacy Energy is okay. I mean, it denies a prize. That's good. And could certainly change the pace of a game if it sticks and is used at the right time. Turning a 2-prize Pokemon into a 1-prize Pokemon. Changing a... Are there any 3-prize Pokemon? There are some in Standard, okay? Changing a 3-prize Pokemon to a 2-prize Pokemon. Or a 1-prize Pokemon to a 0-prize Pokemon. That's pretty good. But your opponent can remove the Legacy Energy with the newly reprinted Enhanced Hammer card. With the newly reprinted Enhanced Hammer card. Or a Temple of Sinnoh Stadium. So Legacy Energy seems okay. I think that the tool cards that make your guys bigger kind of feel better to me than trying to deny your opponent a prize card. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just denying a prize card could really change the pace of the game. But ultimately, I think the strongest way to change the pace of the game is to limit your opponent to a 2-card hand with Unfair Stamp. And that to me seems like the most powerful new ace spec from this set. And really, I think that Unfair Stamp and Prime Catcher are going to emerge as the most powerful 2 ace specs in the Pokemon TCG. One being a draw card that disrupts your opponent's hand, and one being a card that allows you to switch and target down your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Both of them doing kind of different things, but being just so strong that most decks will choose to play them. Enhanced Hammer is back, and I am so thankful that it is. Oh, man, it seems like for a while there that Pokemon didn't have the guts to reprint Enhanced Hammer. You remember Fan of Waves? That card stunk. How soft. How soft are these item cards becoming? Back in my day, we used to remove special energy and send them to the discard pile. Fan of Waves? Putting a special energy on the bottom of their deck, it doesn't even solve the problem. It just delays the inevitable. Enhanced Hammer is a great item card for keeping special energy in check. Enhanced Hammer has been a card that's seen a lot of play throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG. It's not always played, but in formats where special energy decks are relevant, Enhanced Hammer starts to pop up as a 2-of in decks. I mean, 2-of Enhanced Hammer. It's kind of like a classic deck building thing. If you got special energy problems, play the Enhanced Hammer. You know, Love Ball could have been a pretty cool card. Just think. One of the only balls that haven't received Love Ball had the potential to be a pretty cool card. Just think, one of the only Pokeballs that hasn't received a trading card yet. And then we got this stinker, Love Ball. Search your deck for a Pokemon with the same name as one of your opponent's Pokemon in play. Reveal it and put it into your hand. This is like explicitly worse than Friend Ball. And Friend Ball wasn't even that good. So Love Ball will surely be terrible. Oh boy, more toys for control decks. Waking Whistle allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and put any number of basic Pokemon you find there onto your opponent's deck. Yikes. So, when you're playing control, your opponent's Pokemon aren't safe in their deck, and they're not safe in their hand, and they're not safe in the discard pile either. They're probably the safest in the discard pile, as you have to get like a whole, I don't know, Manaphy or Fione or something into the active spot. It's a Fione, right? I said that. All right, I'll redo it. Oh boy, we've got another tool card for control decks. Waking Whistle is an item card that allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and put any number of basic Pokemon you find there onto your opponent's bench. Your opponent shuffles the remaining cards back into their deck. So, that means that your opponent's basic Pokemon are not safe in your opponent's hand with Erica's Invitation. They're not safe in your opponent's deck with Waking Whistle. And they're not safe in your opponent's discard pile, thanks to Mantine. Those basics will make their way into play. So if you want to beat control, you are going to have to play an adequate number of switch cards, which control decks can just airy away. So, wow. Control is getting another buff. How fun. Bug Catching Set is an item card that allows you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck and choose up to 2 in any combination of grass Pokemon and basic grass energy cards you find there and put them into your hand. This is a good card. It's a very good card. And a card that I think that the Festival Grounds grass deck will play. You're going to want to set up the Grookey and the Thwacky, and you're going to want to set up the whole Diplin thing. Yeah, the Bug Catching Set is going to be great for that. You can play it in combination with Buddy Buddy Poffin and Nest Balls and just get a very explosive setup. And the fact that the Bug Catching Set allows you to get energy as well as Pokemon means that it's just a super versatile card that I think that grass decks are really going to love. It's also great for fishing those grass energy out of your deck to accelerate with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. If you end up building a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX deck, getting the grass energy out of the deck, accelerating them into play, and drawing cards, is just going to be a very good thing to do. This card should also find a home in Grass-type Gym Leader Challenge decks, as it's just another search card to add to the pile. And the more item-based search cards in Gym Leader Challenge that you have access to, the better and more consistent that your deck is going to be. So, stoked about Bug Catching Set. No, it's not a guarantee like a card. It's not a guarantee like Nest Ball or Ultra Ball, but it is a nice consistency booster. Okay, that's it for the items. Lucky Helmet. Not very good. Handy Fan. Handy Fan is a new tool card that reads, whenever the active Pokemon this card is attached to takes damage from an opponent's attack, move an energy from the attacking Pokemon to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. I don't think that this kind of effect is very good. I mean, your opponent could always just remove it, and then it's like useless. And its disruption effect is not even that strong. I mean, honestly. So, yeah. People are saying you could play this with Gengar, but Gengar is terrible. People are saying you can play the fan with Gengar EX to move even more energy off your opponent's active Pokemon and onto one of their bench Pokemon. Who cares? It's just not a consistent game-winning strategy, all right? The best way to remove energy from your opponent's Pokemon is to knock them out. That's just the best way to do it. Just knock them out instead. That'll get their energy removed and to the discard pile. We talked about Kieran a little bit. It's a new supporter card that allows you to switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Actually, I've already talked about Kieran, so we don't need to talk about that. Ooh, yes. Carmine is a new supporter card that you can play if you're going first. And this is the strongest turn one going first supporter that we've ever seen printed. I think previously we had Beauty. But Carmine allows you to discard your hand and draw 5 cards, which you could actually imagine playing at other points in the game, not just on the first turn of the game going first. So Carmine seems very good and can allow for decks that want to get a head start on discarding cards like maybe Ancient Box or Lugia V-Star can give them that one extra turn to start churning through the deck. Carmine, discarding cards and drawing cards, it's like a nerfed research, but you can play it turn one, so it's pretty good. Hassel. Hassel is one of the worst supporter cards that I've had the misfortune of reading. You can only play it if one of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Then you get to look at the top 8 cards of your deck and put 3 of them into your hand. Boo. Boo. This is, no, it's all wrong, okay? Cards like Raihan, Teammates, Mela, these are good cards that you can only play if one of your Pokemon was knocked out. Hassel, you don't even get to search your whole deck. Just the top 8? I don't want anything to do with this card. Disgusting. Now, we've had quite a bit, let me talk about the other supporters first. Caretaker, draw 2 cards, and then if Community Center is in play, shuffle the Caretaker back into your deck. No. Sorry, Caretaker. Lucian, each player shuffles their hand, puts it on the bottom of their deck, and then flips a coin. If heads, you draw 6. Tails, you draw 3. Kind of broken if your opponent's unlucky. If you think about it, you know. If you know your opponent's going to flip a tails, this card is broken. If you know they're flipping tails and you're flipping heads, you play Lucian in every deck. But can't guarantee that, can you? Perrin is a new Pokemon search supporter that allows you to reveal 2 Pokemon from your hand and shuffle them into your deck. Then search your deck for up to that many Pokemon and put them into your hand. It's like a double Pokemon communication. And you know what? I don't think that Pokemon communication is a very good card, so I think Perrin is an even worse supporter card. You have to have Pokemon in your hand in order to play it. It's just worse than cards like Arezu or Clavel or just any other supporter I'd rather play. This is terrible. Lana's Assistance is a supporter that allows you to put up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box and basic energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. It's kind of like a nerfed Clara. We had Clara for such a long time, and it was a powerful supporter card. In fact, it made it onto my top 10 rotated cards list on YouTube that I released. Lana's Assistance is not quite as powerful as Clara, but a solid recovery option for decks that want to recover cards that don't have a rule box. Community Center is a new stadium card that looks incredibly boring. I have to say, as far as stadium cards go, this one gets me the least excited. But wait, maybe the text is exciting. Once during each player's turn, if that player has already played a supporter from Once during each player's turn, if that player has already played a supporter from their hand, they may heal 10 damage from each of their Pokemon. Nope. Still boring. Boomer Energy is a new special energy card that can be attached to a Pokemon, provides 1 colorless energy, and if this card is discarded by the effect of an attack used by the Pokemon that it is attached to, you attach this card from your discard pile back to the Pokemon. Get it? Like goes to the discard pile and boomerangs back, which is pretty neat. This card could be useful with Pokemon that have attacks that discard energy, but you don't want to discard the energy, then Boomer Energy could be pretty good with that. We've had quite a bit of discussion about Jamming Tower, the new stadium card here on the channel, but it's time for my official takes to be laid out. I think Jamming Tower is okay. Now, there are people who think that this card is going to be the Nutter Butters, the craziest stadium ever. I think it's just all right. In my opinion, I think that removing tool cards is stronger than maybe preventing them with a stadium. Now, Jamming Tower does have the benefit of the fact that there are just not a lot of crazy strong stadiums in Standard right now, so it's possible that if you play a lot of Jamming Tower, that your opponent just might not be able to counter Jamming Tower, rendering all of their tools useless. But if Jamming Tower is competing for space in decks with cards like Lost Vacuum, I think that Lost Vacuum is just a strictly stronger card. Sending tool cards and stadium cards to the lost zone, it's a more flexible, stronger effect than just maybe preventing the effect of a tool card with your stadium card. But some decks will be looking to save space and maybe need a stadium counter and then also need to be denying tool cards at the same time. And Jamming Tower does provide that effect. Jamming Tower is essentially a reprint of Lysander Labs, and Lysander Labs was similarly just an okay stadium. It saw some play. It didn't see nearly as much play as Field Blower, which has a very extensive results page. Lysander Labs has some finishes and was played for some time. And I think that Jamming Tower will probably have a similar place in Standard format. It'll see some play and pop up in some decks during its Standard legality, but it will always pale in comparison to a card like Lost Vacuum, which kind of just proactively deals with the problematic tool when it is played. So Lysander Labs is all right. It turns off tool cards. Just like Temple of Sinnoh is all right. It turns off special energy. I think that Enhanced Hammer is a stronger card than Temple of Sinnoh. And if you want to remove special energy, Enhanced Hammer will be a stronger way to do that than Temple of Sinnoh going forward. Now that Enhanced Hammer is getting a reprint. The other added benefit of cards like Lost Vacuum and Enhanced Hammer over Jamming Tower and Temple of Sinnoh is that item cards can be easily searched out of the deck with Arven, while stadium cards are less easy to search out in Standard format right now. You pretty much have to draw into them or seek them out with a card like Pidgeot EX's Quick Search. So Jamming Tower's okay. Yeah, it'll see some play, but it's not going to be in every deck. It's just an all right card. Okay. Oh, and that's it. Whoo-wee. Twilight Masquerade. And that's it for the Twilight Masquerade set review. The set comes out on May 24th and will be the most recent new... The set comes out on May 24th and will be the newest Pokémon TCG set legal for the North American International Championships. I'm really excited about how Twilight Masquerade is going to mix up the metagame. Let me know your takes on some of your favorite new cards in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like the video, sub to the channel, and check me out on Twitch, twitch.tv/TrickyJim, where I'm actually streaming live and losing my voice right now as I do this set review. It's been a lot of fun having the Twitch audience kind of bounce ideas off me as we kind of all do this review together. It's been a good time. Thank you for watching. Check out the Twitch. Thank you for watching. Check out the Twitch channel. Have a good day. See ya. All right. That's it. GG's. Thank you all for watching. I'm out of here. I'll be back on Monday. All right. Woo! Monday. All right. See you guys later. Thanks for joining me. That was fun. See ya.